Cursed, Pure Love. Volume 1 by Shuichi Nimayu. Translated by Snoken at Snokentals. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade. Audiobooks. Prologue. Kozai-kun, you're suffering from amnesia due to a traffic accident. The doctor's voice slowly fills the hospital room. It's not sudden. The doctor carefully checked my mental state before bringing up this topic. Still, I couldn't hide my surprise and tried to sit up from the bed. But I couldn't. Ugh. Pain shot through my left shoulder. I had been told by the doctor yesterday that my left shoulder was dislocated, but I had mostly been asleep since then and had forgotten. Stay lying down and listen. Despite being a doctor, he has unruly hair and doesn't give off an intellectual vibe, in a good way. To put it favorably, he has an appearance that makes one feel comfortable. Perhaps that's why I didn't feel anxious despite the fuzziness in the back of my mind, and I thought it would be best to just talk to the doctor first. I nodded and rested my head back on the pillow, returning to the point in the conversation that had piqued my interest. Amnesia, you mean memory loss? I didn't really understand the difference. I was aware that there was something wrong with my memory. After all, I couldn't remember when or how I dislocated my left shoulder. The only clear memory I have is from yesterday. When I woke up, I was on a bed, my head was wrapped in bandages, and my left shoulder was dislocated. Judging from the situation, I had concluded that I must have been in an accident, but because of fatigue or anesthesia, my thoughts had been disorganized. Well, memory loss might be the easiest term to understand. However, it's not like your memory is lost. Medically speaking, you have dissociative amnesia, and among that, the most likely possibility is systematized amnesia. Systematized amnesia? It's used to describe when someone has memory problems related to a specific category, such as all information about certain people or family members. For example, can you tell me your full name, age, and the name of your school? Kozai Megaru, 15 years old. First-year student at Sankan High School. Good. Then, do you recognize this? The doctor points to the clothing he's wearing. A lab coat. And where are you right now? In a hospital. It's a private room, but is the cost okay? You worry about strange things, don't you? It's fine. Don't worry about it. How about the capital of Japan? Tokyo. How about this? The doctor raises his thumb, extends his index finger, and bends his middle finger at a 90-degree angle. This unique pose is Fleming's left-hand rule. Right. What about the names of your parents? Parents. The depths of my brain start to throb. A dull pain spreads to my fingertips in rhythmic pulses. It feels like I need to remember something, but I can't reach it. My heartbeat surges. The pain intensifies. I feel suffocated. Anxiety, unease, and fear. It feels like all these emotions are jumbled together, tightening around my brain like it's being wrapped in cotton. Calm down. A gentle voice showers over my head. There's no need to rush. You'll remember everything little by little, eventually. I take deep breaths. I focus my awareness on my breathing, limiting my thoughts so as not to ponder unnecessary things. Perhaps because of that, my normal heartbeat returned. Would you like me to prescribe some medication to help you calm down? No, I'm fine. Let me know if you need it at any time. Yes, thank you. Given how things are, it's likely that I experienced similar symptoms yesterday and simply don't remember. The way the doctor led up to the word parents felt too calculated. Seeing that I had calmed down, the doctor began to talk again. At least you clearly remember knowledge up to the middle school level. Did you realize that from our conversation? It seems so, yes. Even I didn't expect to effortlessly recall Fleming's left-hand rule. However, it appears that you've completely lost all knowledge related to acquaintances, family, friends, classmates. The scope of acquaintances is wide. I plan to allow visitors little by little while observing your condition. So there is such a thing as selective amnesia that only applies to acquaintances. It's actually the opposite. Total amnesia, where you forget everything, is quite rare. If you forgot everything, you'd forget languages too, so you wouldn't even be able to talk, right? Is your image of amnesia one where you can't converse? No, that's not it. The doctor broke into a cheerful smile. Right, it seems you have no problem with general knowledge. Amnesia often stems directly from psychological stress. Therefore, it's more common and natural to forget things for a certain period, within a certain range, or along a certain theme. You mean you'd form a trauma and forget just that part? Exactly. It's a pattern where you seal away memories to protect yourself. However, there are also cases where only the traumatic memory remains. It's best not to pigeonhole matters involving the mind. I see. Now that he mentioned it, that does make sense. To begin with, human beings generally live their lives forgetting most daily occurrences. You might be anxious because you can't remember some things, but even I can't recall what I ate 3 days ago. The doctor shrugged and chuckled mischievously. I had been feeling anxious about my unique situation. But when he says this, I feel relieved. Thank you. My mind feels a little more relaxed. The seemingly kind-hearted doctor tousled his messy hair. Well, there's still not enough research to fully understand the human mind. Let's unravel your memories bit by bit. Don't think too hard about it, just take it easy. Leave the rest to me. Section. A week later, I was set to meet with a visitor in my hospital room, approved by the doctor. I hadn't received any background information, as the doctor wanted to observe any changes or reactions related to my memory. He'd told me, if anything happens, press the nurse call button. I'll come running right away. Nervously, I waited for my visitor. Excuse me. The hospital room door slowly opened. Entering was a cute girl about my age. To be honest, I was surprised because I thought my parents would be the ones coming. I can't remember what my parents look like, or what kind of people they are. But I had vaguely assumed a middle-aged man or woman would visit. Her hair was about shoulder length. She was short and petite, with large eyes reminiscent of a small animal. The frilled dress she wore enhanced her cuteness even further. She must have grown up loved by many people. She had an endearing quality that evoked a sense of protectiveness and exuded a calming aura just by being there. Her innocent and straightforward gaze met mine, and a tear trickled down from her eyes. Megru-kun. She rushed toward me before her tear could even hit the linoleum floor. She dove into my chest. Hugged by this cute girl, I was bewildered. Wait. I'm so relieved. I've been so worried since I heard about the accident. I could feel her anxiety and relief through her shaking body that clung to my clothes. A warmth spread deep within my chest, realizing how genuinely concerned she had been for me. I see. Thank you for worrying about me. Yeah. She buried her face into my chest and cried quietly. When I gently placed my hand on her shoulder in an effort to console her, she laid her hand over mine. What is this? I feel a warm feeling when interacting with her. Is this influenced by the memories I've forgotten? Megru-kun. We finally meet again. A flashback. A memory not too distant, yet oddly nostalgic and at the same time, sadly. A sharp pain, like a needle piercing my brain, assaulted me for a moment. Suddenly, a single word caught onto the foggy recesses of my mind. Megru-kun. What's wrong? Are you okay? Shirayuki. At my unconscious utterance, Shirayuki slowly widened her eyes. Yes, that's right, it's me. You remembered me. Tears streamed down from Hiroki's eyes. Her reaction was beyond my imagination. Confused, I hastily clarified. I'm sorry. I could only recall your name just now. I still can't remember anything else. Ah, right. Of course. Ahaha, sorry for misunderstanding. Wiping away her tears, Shirayuki, perhaps embarrassed, took a seat on a chair next to the bed. But if you could remember my name, I'm sure you'll remember other things soon too. Shirayuki gave me a comforting smile that seemed to envelop my soul. I haven't remembered anything else yet. Even so, the warm feeling that surged within me confirmed my belief that her smile had saved me many times before. Yeah, thanks. For some reason, Shirayuki blushed. As I tilted my head, puzzled by her reaction, Shirayuki fidgeted with her fingers. There's a lot I want you to remember, but if it's alright, this is the one thing I'd like you to remember first. With a determined expression, Shirayuki suddenly gave me a brief kiss on the cheek. Surprised, I looked at her as she blushed and gave a shy smile. That we're lovers. Section. The next day, the doctor allowed another person to visit. The girl who appeared in the hospital room was the complete opposite of Shirayuki. Without a word, she opened the door to the room and froze with a glaring expression when she saw me. "You are." My words wouldn't come out, overwhelmed by the intensity of her gaze. A stunning beauty. Perhaps that's what describes the owner of such looks. An overwhelming beauty was evident at first glance, and not only that, she also possessed a contrasting charm. An innocent cuteness appropriate for a girl her age. Even without makeup, she has enough charm to make anyone turn their heads. Nonetheless, she polishes her natural beauty down to her fingernails through makeup and clothing. The girl who appeared yesterday was Shirayuki, petite, simple, pure, someone anyone would want to protect. She was the complete opposite of that. Tall, stylish, sophisticated, with a seductive charm and a somewhat dangerous air. "Sorry, I can't remember your name." There are many points that catch my attention. A sense of nostalgia is also welling up, but unlike with Shirayuki, my memory did not come back. "For now. Don't just stand there, please sit on the chair." "Really? You really do have amnesia?" Finally, she said just that, but then she hung her head, stopping there. A silence descended. Unable to bear it, I spoke. Unforgivable." She raised her face and murmured that, her elegant eyebrows knitting together. It was a severe expression. One could say she was furious. But for some reason, I thought she looked like she was about to cry. Driven by her anger, she approached me quickly, her high heels clicking against the floor. Just as I was about to offer her a seat. Suddenly, she kissed me. It was a kiss as if she was trying to hold me down. Without giving me any choice, she firmly gripped my cheeks with both hands. "Meguru, all I have left is you, my accomplice." Along with a pain that pierced through my whole body, her tear-soaked face came back to me. Again, the door to my memories opened just a little. What overwhelmed me were feelings of pain, sorrow, and despair. What is this? Looking at her, I feel an inexplicable urge to cry. "Marco." The moment our lips parted, I found myself reflexively saying her name. "What else?" She stared at me intently from close range, still gripping my cheeks. It seems the name was correct, but the fog of my memory remained. Because of this, I was at a loss and inadvertently voiced the impression the names left me with. Shirayuki and Marco. It's like Snow White and the Witch. It's the famous story where the queen, who is also a witch, asks her mirror, who is the fairest on of all, and gets the answer Snow White, making her jealous and trying to kill Snow White by giving her a poisoned red apple. That one. It takes me back. We did that in 6th grade, didn't we? We did? You played the role of the apple. Was there even a role for an apple? Of course not. You were the prince. Don't lie so naturally. I don't know how it was before, but now I really don't know. I answered seriously, and Marco let out a deep sigh. "Yesterday, Shirayuki called you her lover, didn't she?" Yeah. How do you know that?" "I heard it from her, from the way she spoke just now. It seems that Marco and Shirayuki know each other." "Wait a minute. That's not the issue here. There's a more significant and odd point. Hold on a second. If Shirayuki and I are lovers, then what was that just now?" I couldn't bring myself to blatantly ask why we kissed if we're not lovers. So I left it vague. But it seems the meaning got across quite well. Marco stated it clearly. "Because I'm your true lover." "Eh?" I let out an incredulous voice. Then Marco pressed her forehead against mine. It was the same posture as when one checks for a fever. "But you absolutely must not tell Shirayuki. It was a secret relationship." Marco's breath grazed the tip of my nose. Her beautiful fingers traced my cheek, sending shivers down my spine. So, was I two-timing? No, probably not. What does she mean by probably? I don't really understand. "Sorry. Could you explain?" "I'll skip it for now. I understand that you can't take it all in all at once." Marco puts distance between us. For some reason, a sense of loneliness remained, as if half of her had moved far away. "Meguru, I will help you regain your memories, no matter what it takes." With those words, Marco spun on her high heels and briskly left the hospital room. Section: Amnesia. And then two beautiful girls appeared, both claiming to be my lover. What is my relationship with them? My memories are vague, but there's one thing I know for sure. I certainly loved both Shirayuki and Marco. I don't even know whether that was simultaneously, or at different times. What's clear is that this suffocating tightness in my chest is a sign of my love for them. Chapter 1, Jealousy. After the initial meeting, it seemed that the doctor judged it was okay for Shirayuki to meet with me. Meguru-kun, how are you feeling? Starting the day after Marco came by, Shirayuki began visiting my hospital room every day. She's always in her school uniform on weekdays. When I asked her about it, it would be a detour to go home, and I don't want to waste time. Is it bothering you? She said something endearing. Judging by her actions and words, Shirayuki must be my lover. However, since I have no memory of this, I was as confused as if a beautiful girl I had met for the first time in another world suddenly told me, "You and I have been lovers since our past lives." Fun fun fun. Since my left shoulder still hurts, it was very helpful that Shirayuki was doing the laundry for me. However, I did find myself wondering why she always hums a slightly off-key tune while folding the laundry. Well, that's what makes her cute. As I watch her while sitting up in bed, Shirayuki turns around and smiles at me. What's the matter? No, it's nothing. Is that so? Well, all right then. Fun fun fun. Shirayuki has a somewhat airheaded and slightly dense side to her, but that's not a defect, it's a virtue. How should I put it? Her soothing atmosphere is incredibly calming. I still can't remember anything about Shirayuki, but when she's around, time passes warmly. Adorable, always putting in her best effort, and so devoted. My girlfriend. Thinking about it that way, my chest feels warm. Even though I have no memories, I felt that having her by my side was at least a relief. By the way, don't you do any club activities or go to cram school, Shirayuki? I asked as she finished folding the laundry. When it comes to high school students' activities after school, these are the first things that come to mind. I'm happy she comes every day, but I don't want to burden her. That was the thought behind my question. Shirayuki sat down on a folding chair next to my bed and started peeling an apple she brought as a gift. I do go to cram school, but my mom understands your situation, Meguru-kun. So, I'm taking a little break. It sounds like Shirayuki's mother is a kind person. She probably understands that Shirayuki's visits help ease my anxiety and loneliness. Mom, huh? I muttered somewhat absent-mindedly. The first things one would naturally try to remember are one's parents, yet I can't recall even a hint about them. Ugh. I felt a headache, a pain as if a nail was being driven into the depths of my brain. I've felt this pain multiple times when I've tried to remember things on my own. I even got scolded by the doctor once when a nurse caught me enduring the intense pain trying to remember. Each time that happened, they increased my medication, so I've been avoiding such thoughts. But now Shirayuki is here, it'll work out somehow. Holding on to that feeling, I decided to ask. What about my parents, Shirayuki? Her fruit knife stopped abruptly. Normally, you'd think that my parents would be the ones taking care of me. We're both high school students. It's not like we're adults with careers. It's strange that my girlfriend Shirayuki would go so far as to skip cram school to take care of me. And it's odd that your parents would allow that, too. With each heartbeat, the pain surged. Still, I couldn't bring myself to stop speaking halfway. Shirayuki stared at me at my words. If it's causing you pain, then I can't tell you. I barely feel any pain. That's a lie. I know because I've always been watching Meguru-kun. You're usually not very expressive. So if you are making a face like that, it must be very painful. I'm wrong? She easily saw through my feeble bravado. Setting aside the apple and the fruit knife, Shirayuki gently placed her hand over mine. Don't rush. It's okay. It's strange. The warmth that Shirayuki's hand transmits to me seems to melt away the pain. Thanks. Thanks to Shirayuki. It doesn't hurt anymore. As I thanked her, Shirayuki's cheeks turned bright red. Well, leave it to me. I'm your girlfriend, so I'll always be by your side. Why are you stuttering? That's Shirayuki flustredly waved her hands in front of her chest. Somehow, when I think that we are a couple, and that I should say something couple-like, I get embarrassed. Her reason was so endearing that I couldn't help but laugh. Meguru-kun, That's mean. You didn't have to laugh. Charming. That's what this must be. I must have found aspects like this about Shirayuki endearing. No doubt about it. Ah, that's right. Let's study. Meguru-kun. Study. All of a sudden, Shirayuki excitedly said. Her behavior was too conspicuous. She must be trying to change the topic from talking about my parents. Shirayuki is pretty bad at lying, but well, that likely contributes to her sincerity and honesty. The doctor asked me to study with you. Studying doesn't have anything to do with acquaintances, so it's less likely to be a burden. Plus, it'll make your return to school easier if you keep up with your studies, right? I see, makes sense. It seems that Shirayuki and the doctor are closely connected. Shirayuki reports back to the doctor on what we discussed after she visits me. The doctor reviews the content and responses from our conversations and gives permission on how far the conversation can go. Based on that, Shirayuki expands the topic, so it seems like they have a coordinated approach. So, let's test how much you remember academically. Shall we? Sure. So, I borrowed one of Shirayuki's textbooks to gauge my academic level. As I thought, Meguru-kun is smarter. I wanted to be the one teaching you. Well, sorry? No, it's not your fault, but still. Shirayuki pouted as she absent-mindedly traced circles on her textbook with her index finger. Was I good at academics? You were within the top 10 in our grade. I was surprised to hear that about myself. You remember everything up to 2 weeks before the accident occurred. You'll be able to catch up in no time. That's good to hear. By the way, what are Shirayuki's grades like? Don't ask. Shirayuki turned her face away. So, your grades? I told you not to ask. Slowly, Shirayuki turned back to me, her eyes a bit resentful. However, since Shirayuki has a naturally friendly face, she might be angry, but all I saw was her looking adorably sullen. So they're no good. You're mean, Meguru-kun. I'm doing my best, you know? Her cheeks puffed up, making her look like a squirrel hoarding food. I didn't mean to make you angry. Well, it's not your fault that my grades aren't good, it's mine. I know that. But you've always been good at everything, Meguru-kun. And Mako-chan is just too much of a genius. Her eyes welled up with tears again. I had unwittingly stepped on a landmine. I was at a loss for words and scratched my head. There's a line that caught my attention. Not sure if it's okay to ask, though. I asked casually, masking my curiosity. Is Mako really that smart? This was the first time Shirayuki mentioned Mako. Mako had come once, suddenly kissed me, said I'm your true lover, and since then, I haven't seen her. Which made me even more curious. What's my relationship with Mako in the first place? I haven't been told much about my relationship with Shirayuki either, other than that we're lovers. It seems that the three of us have known each other since elementary school, but when and where did we meet, and how have we been spending our time together? I couldn't help but speak quickly. I'm curious about my parents and other things, but what stands out most is my encounter with Mako, especially the meaning behind her words true lover. It feels weird not even understanding my relationship with Shirayuki, who comes to see me every day. I think it's better to understand it all once you've calmed down. Shirayuki spoke, gauging my reaction. Whenever I try to talk about your relationship with me and Mako-chan, it involves the memories the doctor is being cautious about. Being cautious about my parents? That's one aspect, yes. Especially since Mako-chan is the closest person to Meguru-kun, so there are many parts where caution is required. Is she closer to me than you? My lover Shirayuki? Yeah, I guess so. Shirayuki looks distant. Why does she look so sad? I don't understand at all. Mako had said it, that she's my true lover. Is that related to this? If so, has Shirayuki figured out that I've been two-timing? No, that's not it. If she suspected that, it would be natural for her to show more overt signs of anger or jealousy. Shirayuki genuinely worries about me and takes care of me devotedly. While I can't completely rule out the possibility that she's hiding something, Shirayuki is bad at lying, so that likelihood seems low. Marco had indicated that I wasn't two-timing. I'm not sure if I can take that statement at face value, but it's probably the correct interpretation. The notion that Marco is the closest person to me is also a mystery. If she were the closest, it wouldn't be strange for her to visit me every day instead of Shirayuki. But there's no such atmosphere at all. Really, it's all just a mystery. I'm starting to dislike even myself. I feel like interrogating my past self. Do you think it would be better if I didn't regain my memory, even though you say I shouldn't rush? Of course. I want you to get your memories back. But when I see you enduring pain like earlier, I can't help but. Her sincere concern for me comes through. Right now, I'm a rootless plant. I have no idea who I am because I have no memories. I have no clue about my roots, and all I can see is what's in front of me. That's why I'm really grateful to Shirayuki, who genuinely supports me. Suddenly, I realize that I haven't properly thanked her. I'm grateful for you, Shirayuki. If you weren't here, I'd be extremely anxious about the future. I feel saved because you're by my side, Meguru-kun. Tears appear in Shirayuki's eyes as she smiles warmly. Of course. I am your lover, after all. Thank you. But that makes me feel even worse. Why? Because I can't remember anything about Shirayuki. I clenched my fist. Because I feel saved by having Shirayuki by my side. I want to know. The thought of my head hurting again is scary, but I'll have to remember eventually. Then, it's better to do it sooner rather than later. But, remember when you touched my hand earlier? The pain went away. If you don't mind, could you touch my hand while you tell me? Meguru-kun. If you do that, I think I'll be fine. Shirayuki's expression tightened as she said, just a moment. She then reached into her bag. What she pulled out was a notebook with a cherry blossom pattern. Shirayuki opened the page with a bookmark and began to think. What's written in there? Notes from the doctor. To what extent I can tell you, it's all written here. Then, I would like you to tell me at least what you can share for now, Meguru-kun. If you start to feel sick or anything, please say so immediately. Got it? When I nodded, Shirayuki gently held my hand. I think it's better not to say anything unnecessary, so I'll just speak of the facts as I know them. Shirayuki's hand trembled slightly. To reassure her, I gently squeezed back, and after a pause, Shirayuki began to speak. I met Meguru-kun when we were in 5th grade. You transferred to the elementary school where Marco-chan and I were attending. Transferred? What was the reason? Your family died in an accident, and you were taken in by Marco-chan's family, who were distant relatives. My heart pounded all at once. I see. If both my parents died in an accident, I was taken in by Marco's family, and as a result I met Shirayuki. It would be impossible to avoid the subject of my parents if I wanted to understand my relationship with Shirayuki and Marco. That must be why Shirayuki was being careful. The sound of my racing heart grew louder. Ha ha, the air felt thin. I was starting to feel suffocated. Ana-chan. Look, a shell. Fufu. Cute sleep talk. Meguru fell asleep too? Seems like it. He's been nodding off for a while. Let's go again next summer. Yes, hopefully, you can take more time off next time. That's right. It was when I was in 5th grade. I remember feeling as if I had seen something in a dream. On the way back from the beach, I was dozing off in the back seat, tired from playing, next to my little sister, who was 3 years younger. Looking at me and my little sister, the conversation between my mother, who was in the passenger seat, and my father, who was in the driver's seat, reached my ears. Surrounded by my loving parents and cute sister, I was suddenly awakened by a jarring brake sound. By the time I opened my eyes, a car was already upon us. There was an impact, and even though I was wearing a seatbelt, my head and body were violently slammed. When I woke up, it was all over, only I miraculously survived. The cause of the accident was that the driver of the car that crashed into us was drunk and made a driving mistake. Only that. I don't remember much about what happened afterward. I have little recollection of the funeral either. From what I heard later, I seemed to have been in a daze the whole time. The next thing I knew, I was taken in by Marco's family. Fuan. So your name is Meguru. My name is Sayakawa Mako. My birthday comes later than yours, so technically, I'm the younger sister. But don't get it wrong, okay? We're in the same grade, so it doesn't matter. I don't think of you as my old brother. Ah, I see. That's right. How could I have forgotten something so obvious? Mako and I are siblings, though not real siblings. It's a relationship characterized by the fact that I was taken in and now live with her. Mako-chan is the closest person to Meguru-kun. It makes sense for Shirayuki to say that. After all, Mako is a relative, technically my sister, and a family member of the same age. Are you okay, Meguru-kun? Exclamation mark. My thoughts are pulled back to reality. My field of vision expands, and I look around. White curtains, linoleum floors, a familiar hospital room. And then, Shirayuki. It seems I had made her quite worried. She was gripping my hand tightly, her face pale. How long was I out of it? Only a few seconds. It felt like I had lost consciousness for 5 minutes. Shirayuki offered me a damp towel. I noticed my forehead was drenched in sweat and wiped it off slowly. Shall we stop for today? No, rather I feel better. But it seems I've caused her a lot of worry. But I wasn't lying when I said I felt fine. Now, thankfully, I don't have a headache. On the contrary, the fog in my head cleared up a bit, and I felt refreshed. I remembered my family. I had even forgotten about my deceased little sister. You remembered that? Up until now, both the doctor and Shirayuki used the term family, but they never once mentioned little sister. They must have been being cautious. Shirayuki seemed unsure if she should call the doctor, but after seeing my complexion, she judged it was okay. I got to know Meguru-kun because of Mako-chan's introduction. Meguru-kun transferred to Mako-chan's class, but I was in a different class back then. Mako-chan told me, I can't handle talking to him alone, so please, Shirayuki, help me out. At least, that's how I remember it being said. She couldn't handle talking with me? Back then, no matter who approached Meguru-kun, you seemed distant and not present. After hearing that, it began to come back to me. After the deaths of my parents and little sister, reality felt vague and blurry for me. There was neither joy nor sorrow, and whenever someone tried to engage me, it felt distant. With time simply drifting by, you might naturally be gloomy, but when people talk to you, at least respond with a yes. Yes, I appreciate your honesty, but it's also infuriating in its own way. Conversations with you are never lively. Never mind. Next time I'll introduce you to my best friend. Yes. Seriously, you're such a hassle. If Papa hadn't told me to look after you, I would have given up on you a long time ago. Yes. Reflecting on it now, I was taking a harsh attitude towards Mako. Well, I feel Mako was quite harsh too, but that's beside the point. In such circumstances, the best friend Mako brought home was Shirayuki. I'm Tanzawa Shirayuki. And nice to meet you. Yes. Yes. Nice to meet you. Yes. 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 Come on. What's going on here? What are you two doing? I can't really recall how I felt back then. It's likely unrelated to my amnesia and more because it was so long ago. However, I remember feeling that Shirayuki and I were on the same wavelength. Mako has a strong-willed and sharp personality. In contrast, Shirayuki is gentle and a bit of an airhead. I favored that mild-mannered side of hers. Why did Shirayuki become Mako's best friend even though your personalities are polar opposites? Honestly, based on what I remember now, I wonder why Shirayuki even became Mako's best friend. Every time I reflect on Mako, her fiery temperament is undeniably evident. On the other hand, I've always felt that Shirayuki has been tender-hearted since she was young. I'm sure Shirayuki was beloved by those around her, while Mako, due to her strong nature, might have often clashed with others. Given this, I find it amazing that Shirayuki became Mako's best friend. Ahaha. It's the other way around, Meguru-kun. The other way around? She's the one who made me her best friend. No, I can't see that happening. Eh? Why? How can I put it? Despite only recalling fragments, I can say this with certainty. If asked whom they'd prefer to be friends with, most would choose Shirayuki. I first met Mako-chan in the 3rd grade of elementary school when we ended up in the same class. Ever since then, Mako-chan has been the admiration of everyone. Really? Fufu, that dense side of yours hasn't changed a bit. Dense, huh? I see. I wasn't aware of this. I'll remember it. Wait a minute. It feels wrong if you take it at face value, so I'll clarify a bit. You know, Meguru-kun, you're generally very sensitive and sometimes overly attentive to everything around you. However, you don't judge people by their appearance or status. It's like you've always overlooked that aspect, or never really factored it in when it comes to yourself. That's where you're a bit dense. I mean, seeing Mako-chan, wouldn't most people want to be her friend? Why is that? Because no matter how you look at her, she's gorgeous, isn't she? I see. Deep down, I believe that people shouldn't be judged based on their looks, so I didn't outright deny it. But when it's put like that, the reason becomes glaringly obvious. That's not all. Mako-chan is truly amazing. Shirayuki speaks as if she were a fan. She's always at the top academically, and in elementary school, she was even more athletic than any of the boys. She's not just pretty, her movements are graceful, and she has an impeccable sense of style. Everyone looked up to her. That's amazing. The image of her devilish expression and sudden kiss when I had just regained my memories was so vivid. It was hard to take in all at once. But maybe that's why she was always alone. Well, with that personality, I unintentionally retorted. Sure, she might be beautiful, smart, and athletic, but that intense personality of hers, well, she's likely to become isolated. It's not like that. Mako-chan is forthright and says things as they are, and that's awesome. But she's so exceptional that others couldn't keep up or became intimidated. I'm quite thick-skinned, so while I admired her and found her amazing, I approached her, and then, we became close. Maybe it's thanks to that part of her, that Shirayuki and Mako became best friends. Listening from an outsider's perspective, I truly believe Mako didn't have any friends. While the high capabilities that Shirayuki pointed out might have played a role, I feel the primary reason was her intense disposition and pride. Shirayuki embraced all of it, simply deeming it as cool. I can't quite resonate with Shirayuki's sentiments, so perhaps the two of them are just well matched. Actually, I secretly take pride in being best friends with Mako-chan. I can't voice it out as it might come off as arrogant. Shirayuki said, raising her nose proudly. Mako-chan is so stunning that merely looking at her brings happiness. If there's one downside, it's that after getting accustomed to seeing Mako-chan, seeing oneself in the mirror can be a bit of a letdown, I guess. She laughs heartily. It feels like a mix of truth and jest. No, but Shirayuki, you're plenty cute too. Eh? Shirayuki froze. Mako might be beautiful, but like the direction is completely different. Shirayuki, you're cute and have a good personality. You might even be more popular than Mako, don't you think? When I calmly conveyed my analysis, Shirayuki's face turned as red as a boiled octopus. That's not true, but you get confessed to quite often, don't you? Not since I've been dating Meguru-kun. So it was like that before we started dating. She really can't lie, it seems. Shirayuki averted her eyes. Well, a little maybe. And she said in a way that definitely wasn't a little. But I always thought that really popular girls get confessed to even when they have a boyfriend. Am I perhaps very intimidating? It's strange not to know my own personality. Amnesia is really unsettling. It's not like that, Meguru-kun. You're not intimidating at all. Shirayuki denied it surprisingly strongly. Is that so? Yeah. So what was my personality like? It's the same as now. Sorry, I want to know what my personality looks like to you, Shirayuki. You're calm, objective, but also a very kind person. Shirayuki's cheeks turned a faint shade of red. It might be better not to take her words at face value. While it's nice to be complimented, I'm sure her perspective as my girlfriend is influencing what she says. Mako-chan is the type who can do anything in one go, while Meguru-kun is the type who steadily puts in the effort and gains skills one by one. So Mako is the genius type, And I'm the talented type? Is that it? The only one who can keep up with Mako-chan is Meguru-kun. To give you an easy-to-understand example, Mako-chan was working as a model. And you were sort of a manager. Model? Manager? These are words I hadn't even considered. Mako-chan is really popular. That's why she can't come to the hospital often. So, that's how it was. Thinking about it again, there are points that make sense. Her extraordinary fashion sense and the high-end items she wears even as a high school student now have an explanation. But what do you mean by sort of a manager? To be precise, you were working part-time at the agency Mako-chan belongs to. You described yourself as Mako-chan's errand boy. Why would I take on such a burdensome role when there are other part-time jobs? Apparently, at first, someone else was Mako-chan's manager, but she didn't like them. And after going through several people, it ended up being you. Ah, I see. I understand. I had a vague sense of it, but it turns out Mako is a handful even when you remove my own opinions from the equation. Because of such circumstances, you two are seen as a bit unique at the high school. You don't have many friends either, but you know what? That's incredibly amazing. I've always been proud of and looked up to you both. I'm sure. I told her honestly. Being praised so readily by Shirayuki has probably been saving both me and Mako. I think Shirayuki's liked by a lot of people. Despite that, thank you for staying by our side, Meguru-kun. Shirayuki's eyes moistened, and she leaned in closer to me, and then she brought her mouth near my ear and whispered softly, I love that kind side of you, Meguru-kun. After a shy smile, Shirayuki nuzzled her cheek against my upper arm. Fufafu. The scent of her shampoo tickles my nostrils. The soft touch of her hair and skin feels comforting. As if drawn to her, I stroke Shirayuki's head. Then, as if asking for more, she laid her head on my lap. Happiness Naya. Shirayuki rubbed her head against my hand as I stroked her, purring like a cat. It seems she loves the feeling of my hand and lap. So Shirayuki was quite the spoiled one. Actually, yes, I am. If you've forgotten, I'd like you to remember. Just then, Shirayuki stiffened. As I followed her gaze to find out what happened, Mako had silently slid the door open and was standing there. As always, her attire was all branded, and she was polished from head to toe. Am I interrupting perhaps? As Shirayuki abruptly sat up, her face turned beet red, and she started to fidget with her hands in front of her. You see, Mako-chan, no. This is no need to panic, Shirayuki. You two are dating, so actions like this are only natural, aren't they? Mako said this with the same mouth that had previously declared herself my true lover. What is Mako feeling right now? She speaks with an air that suggests she never said anything about being my true lover. Is that so? I wouldn't consider it something to show off to people, though. Why yeah, you're right. Shirayuki scratched her cheek with her index finger and looked down. Mako grins like a little devil, but it's not bad. Seems like a sweet and wholesome relationship befitting high school sweethearts. Have you two kissed yet? Mako sat on a chair opposite Shirayuki, across the bed, and placed her bag on my bed. Then she started rummaging through her bag. Kiss, you say? By that reaction, you did it, right? Shirayuki turned her beet red face away. Like Jay, just a little. Like I got carried away and give him a little peck on the cheek. Exclamation mark. I looked at Mako in astonishment because while pretending to rummage through her bag, Mako slid her hand under my blanket and grasped my hand. Mako. I wanted to raise my voice, but as if to toy with me, Mako traced her fingertips over my palm and intertwined her fingers between mine. In contrast to my growing anxiety, Mako was calm. No, that's not right. Rather, she seems to be enjoying herself. You two are going well. This, you see, was just something I did on my own. The issue is whether or not Meguru-kun will regain his memory. Haste makes waste. Yeah, you're right. Shirayuki, now less embarrassed, turns around, and the first to sense her movement was Mako. Mako swiftly pulled her hand from under the futon and took out a peach-colored lipstick from her bag, applying it nonchalantly to her lips. Mako. I glared at her, naturally, This was to express my anger about her grabbing my hand earlier. I had been taken aback by the sudden move, but doing something like that in front of others, especially in front of my girlfriend Shirayuki, is unacceptable. Even if my true lover were to be Marco. What is it, Meguru? Marco glared back with a hint of anger. What's going on? You two. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Shirayuki looks back and forth between our faces. With a sigh, Marco relaxed her gaze and smoothly brushed her beautifully curled hair. Really, Meguru? You're so petty. Getting mad just because I saw you two being lovey-dovey earlier. Is that what it is? Our eyes met, and Shirayuki's face turned red once again. Really? I should be the one who gets angry. It's embarrassing for me to see you two like that. Shirayuki, next time make sure I'm not around, okay? Ahahaha. It seems like she's reached the limit of her embarrassment. I think I'll head home for today. Shirayuki quickly stuffed her textbook into her bag and stood up. It wouldn't hurt to stay a little longer, would it? So you're not going to tease me about earlier? If I see something this tease-worthy, of course I'm going to tease you. Shirayuki glared at Marco, but it seemed she was outmatched. Shirayuki easily admitted defeat. Geez, Marco-chan, you meanie. I absent-mindedly watched the back of Shirayuki as she dashed out of the room. I forgot to say one thing. Shirayuki returned and only her face peeked through the gap in the sliding door. See you tomorrow, Marco-chan, Meguru-kun. Shirayuki smiled warmly. It seemed she didn't want to part with angry words. Having said just that, Shirayuki left. The hospital door automatically closes. After confirming that, Marco turned around and looked down at me in bed. Shirayuki is as cute as ever, isn't she? If you think that, don't tease her so much. Don't you feel sorry for her? What are you saying? I tease her because she's cute. Do you have a devil living inside your heart or something? I thought you knew. Right, you have amnesia. More precisely, it seems to be a memory disorder. A detailed man as always, which means Marco and I have been talking like this for a while. More importantly, what was that about earlier? What are you referring to? About that even though Shirayuki was here, you grabbed my hand. That. Marco traced her peach-colored, glowing lips with her index finger, with a meaningful look. Is there a problem? There's nothing but problems, right? I'm your true lover, so I think it's only natural to at least hold hands. Is that really true? The composure vanishes from Marco, who had been nonchalant until now. Marco shifted her weight onto her right hand placed on the bed and leaned in, glaring at me closely. What could you mean by that? I mean exactly what I said. Marco, aren't you just teasing me by saying you're my true lover when you're actually not? So far, that was the only conclusion I could reach. Of course, I also considered whether Shirayuki being my lover was a lie or the truth. But with Shirayuki, I quickly came to a conclusion. Shirayuki isn't lying. The fact that she's my lover is undoubtedly true. Shirayuki is bad at lying, and above all, every word and reaction, everything indicated that she's my lover. But Marco is different. So far, the only lover-like element was the sudden kiss. You didn't understand it from the kiss? You like to tease, don't you? It's conceivable that you're playing some deeper game. What's my motive? I don't know. That's why I'm asking you directly whether it's a lie or not. Unbelievable. You're truly an awful man. Marco slid her hand off the bed and placed it over my right hand. Talking like this to your true lover? You're the worst. Unforgivable. Scum. Deserving of 1,000 deaths. Marco pinches my right hand. What's exquisite is that she stopped just at the point where I could feel whether it was painful or not. So Meguru, what will you do? Do you want to say you'd rather go back to being just family because I'm not your lover? So you heard us. I remembered that Marco and I were family during my conversation with Shirayuki earlier. Suddenly mentioning that we're family was evidence that she had secretly listened in. From what part? From around the time you started talking about the past. That means she probably heard almost everything. Marco pinched my right hand just enough not to hurt, then stopped and pinched another spot. So, you heard how devoted Shirayuki is, right? Yeah. Marco, you seem to acknowledge that Shirayuki is my lover, And Shirayuki wasn't hiding her relationship with me from Marco either. In other words, Marco, you approve of my relationship with Shirayuki. That's correct. Then how could it be that I was dating you behind the scenes? Is that even possible? It's a fact. So why wouldn't it be possible right now? I'm feeling guilty for holding hands with you while Shirayuki was there. I couldn't pull away your hand at that moment because I was startled. We shouldn't have joined hands. Going by common sense. Yeah. So there's a reason that defies common sense? There is. Within your memories. Is that the truth? Before doubting whether it's a lie, maybe you should consider how terrifying it would be if it were true? As if to entangle me further, Marco slid her fingers between the gaps of my own. If I were your true lover, that would mean there's a reason for me to be your true lover even while Shirayuki is your lover. A reason so outrageous it's beyond your current comprehension. Are you sure of taking something of that magnitude lightly? That's certainly. It's as Marco says. It's easy to ignore what I'm saying and choose Shirayuki as your only lover. However, you may feel immense regret once you recover your memories. So much so that you may wish to die. This love triangle doesn't make sense. Ideally, I'd like to resolve it immediately. But, if what Marco is saying is true, I might be on the verge of doing something irreversible. Marco, are you okay with this? With what? Currently, I'm two-timing, aren't I? It's only natural that you'd be the one who disagrees the most with this, right? Well yeah, I thought so. But somehow I started to feel like it wasn't that bad. Why? Maybe you'll understand once you get your memories back. Frustrated with the stalemate in the conversation, I clicked my tongue. So what do you think about Shirayuki? Isn't she your best friend? Shirayuki is my one and only best friend. Don't you feel guilty? Fufu, guilty, huh? Marco laughed as if mocking the idea. What's so funny? Megaru, I'm consenting to the current situation. Isn't it favorable for you? You get to date both a beauty like me and a cute girl like Shirayuki. You call yourself a beauty. It's a fact. A frightening level of confidence. While she is undoubtedly beautiful, being so blatantly told makes me want to throw in a sarcastic remark. Anyway, please act with moderation, I said, laced with a sigh. Moderation? Like when you held my hand in front of Shirayuki. I have a mountain of memories that I can't recall right now. Given that, I can't just ignore what you're saying. So you admit to two-timing? You lecherous man. No, because I don't know the whole story. I want to act with decency toward both Shirayuki and you. Think you can do it? As long as you don't provoke me in weird ways. Sophistry. I'll at least make the effort. You think you can make me listen to you? I don't expect it to be easy, but saying it can't be bad. That's fair enough. Marco pulled her hand away from mine and shrugged her shoulders. Marco, I'll ask again even if it's repetitive. Why did you hold my hand in front of Shirayuki? It was amusing, your reaction. Even so, isn't the risk too high? You were the one who said we must never tell Shirayuki that we're true lovers, right? You tell me to keep it a secret and then you act in a way that might reveal it. Isn't that contradictory? Because I've given the front to her. At the softly muttered words, a memory suddenly resurfaced. I'll give the surface to that girl, but I'll take the hidden side. There's a sound. The sound of a torrential downpour and violent wind. In a dim room where it felt like only Marco and I were left behind in the world, it tasted like blood. What could you have remembered? Snapping back to reality, I found Marco making a provocative smile. I can guess for you. No, it's fine. There's no headache. Yet an anxiety more frightening than pain had engulfed me. I see. Fear winning over curiosity, I forcibly steered the conversation back. I don't know to what extent you're telling the truth. However, I do feel you truly consider Shirayuki as your best friend. So why did you do something like that? Geez, this is exactly what I mean about you. As if to say how boring my question was, Marco exhaled disdainfully, shouldered her bag, and stood up. It seems she's going to leave. Really? It's not that important of a reason. With the click of her high heels, she briskly walked past me. And as she pulled the sliding door to the side, she slowly turned back. Jealousy. Chapter 2. When you heard it's just the two of us, you thought of something inappropriate, didn't you? After about a month of hospital life, I was set to be discharged. The rainy season is already here. Elementary school kids walking in front of the hospital had started to carry their pool bags. Unfortunately, my memory still only extends to what Shirayuki has told me. However, my dislocated left shoulder has already healed, and my body is in perfect health. After regaining the memories of my parents, I was mentally stable, so although regular checkups were needed, my discharge was decided. I told Marco, who had come to my hospital room, about that. So, I'll be discharged next week. I see. That's good. Now I can freely boss you around again. I've just recovered from being sick, you know? You've been sleeping a lot. You must be brimming with energy, right? I wryly smiled. She still has quite the personality. It's okay for me to go back to the Sayakawa household, right? Yeah. Great. So far as expected. After my parents' accident, I was taken in by the Sayakawa family, and I had confirmed that I hadn't moved since. Now, the real issue starts here. The doctor actually told me to ask you directly about something. He said it should be fine, but to press the nurse call button if anything unusual happens. Fun. With just that utterance, Marco pulled a pipe chair close to her and grabbed the nurse call button. All right, all set. So, what do you want to ask me? How are Oji-san and Oba-san? I can't quite remember, but Marco's parents should be alive. That means I must have been living with Marco's parents too. Isn't it strange? I've been hospitalized for nearly a month, yet my foster parents, who I live with, haven't shown up even once. You also seem to be deliberately avoiding talking about it. I knew it, but you really don't remember. Marco said this with a stiff expression. I can't read her emotions. Anger, sadness, resentment. Her facial muscles frozen. Marco looked like an ice sculpture of sheer beauty. Oji-san, huh? Marco's murmur stimulates the depths of my brain. Oji-san. What is it? Something feels off. Marco's dad is, to me, a distant relative, an uncle. I'm not wrong about that, but something is. I felt a dull pain, a thud. If she senses that, she'll press the nurse call button. So, I suppressed my expression and endured the pain quietly by taking deep breaths. What was Oji-san's job again? I want a hint. Anything to grasp the source of this strange feeling. It's a respectable job. As usual, Marco is uncooperative. She answered my question with an incredibly vague response, but that seemed to serve as a trigger, and suddenly, ha ha ha. Well, I'm a member of the assembly. I'm just taking precautions, you see. A lively middle-aged man's voice played in my ears, as if falling from the sky. Right. A member of the assembly. I desperately grabbed onto the rope of memory that had just dropped before my eyes. That's right. Oji-san is a member of the prefectural assembly. He is well off, so he took me in. That's how it was, right? Come to think of it, it was like that. Even though my memory had been revived, Marco spoke as if it was someone else's business. Is he still a politician? He's not. He's far away. Far away? Yeah, far away. Usually when you say that to a child, it means, you mean, he's passed away? No, he hasn't. Really? Yeah, but it's not easy to see him. In today's world, where mobile phones can connect anywhere, you can't easily see someone's face unless they're in a really remote area. What is it? I feel a sense of dread. A bad premonition. Alarms are ringing in my head. Your father. Prefectural Assemblement Sayakawa Tajiru times. Like a broken TV, a momentary flash of noisy imagery passed by. For some reason, a cold sweat broke out all over my body. I shouldn't pry any further. My heart is rejecting it. Ha ha. Meguru? The nurse call button in Marco's hand caught the corner of my eye. That snapped me back to my senses. Exclamation mark. If I lose it here, my decided discharge could be cancelled. I'm glad Shirayuki visits almost daily, but I don't want to burden her. I'm also worried about falling behind in my studies. I took deep breaths and suppressed my palpitations. Let's explore this memory without rushing. Deciding that, I shifted the focus of the conversation. What about Oba-san? She's hospitalized. Ill? You could say that. It's mental, though. Since I can't remember the past, it's hard to say more. I do have a feeling that she was a very beautiful woman with a strong personality. just like Marco. While the reason for her mental illness does concern me, I just had a heart irregularity from the memory of Oja-san. I'll just accept it for now without thinking too deeply. Well, so that means it's just you and me at home. I see. Then what about the household chores? If Marco is modeling, then would it be natural to think that I'm the one doing them? As I silently ponder, Marco suddenly says ah and hugs herself. When you heard it's just the two of us, you thought something inappropriate, didn't you? Huh? What is she talking about? Because you have no memory, it feels like you're suddenly living with me. I get that you might feel desire when you hear that you'll be alone in the house with a beauty like me, but know your place. Marco's cheeks blush ever so slightly as she runs her hands through her wavy hair. Really? What on earth is she talking about? No, I'm not thinking of something like that at all. You don't have to hide it. I know. I seriously haven't thought about it, not even a bit. Really? Yeah. If anything, I'm more concerned about whether we'll be able to keep a conversation going while living together. Really? Yeah. To be honest, I can only imagine her nagging and bossing me around at home. Marco calls me her true lover, but to begin with, she herself doesn't give off any lover-like vibes, so I couldn't even foresee any romantic atmosphere developing. Fun. Marco slowly let the steam of her anger escape from her head and the Marco kicked the leg of the bed. Fun. I don't care about you anymore. She spat out those words and stormed off. Marco may look mature and beautiful for her age, but she's actually quite childish in some ways. Storming off after a tirade or calling someone an idiot and running away is something a grade schooler would do. Living under the same roof with someone like that is going to be a bit taxing. As I'm sighing, the doctor came in. I passed Marco-san earlier and she seemed quite angry. Anything happen? Yeah. I guess I upset her a bit. And why Marco-san? Have you always referred to Marco like that? I thought he called her Imto-san the last time. Actually. The doctor pulled out his smartphone from his lab coat pocket and opened an ebook app. John. I heard she was a model, so I bought a magazine and became her fan. Doctor. As I give him a blank stare, he ruffles his messy hair and confidently says, "Don't worry, I have a loving wife and daughter." But beautiful is beautiful. That's all there is to it. Well, I have no intention of complaining, though. If he bought it as an ebook, doesn't that mean he didn't want his wife or daughter finding out? Isn't there a sense of guilt? She's amazing, isn't she? I've never seen someone with such a conflicting atmosphere. She has adult-like features, but also a childish look. Even though she shines so brightly, you can see a glimpse of darkness. She may seem strong-willed but also has a delicate side that seems to be on the verge of breaking. No wonder she's the #1 favorite in magazines. What's your point? I want you to get her autograph for me next time. The doctor presented a piece of colored paper and a black pen. I think this doctor is genuinely kind and considerate, but he does lack a sense of seriousness. Okay. I'm indebted to you, so I'll try asking her. Thanks. Just so you know, she's capricious. If she says no, you'll have to let it go. Of course, this is the first time I've seen the doctor so lively. Usually, he comes across as a bit listless and vague, even though he's kind. As I took the colored paper and black pen and tried to place them on a shelf, the doctor muttered, "I don't know the deeper aspects, but it seems like Marco-san has a lot on her shoulders." Doctor, I think you're one of the few people who can truly support her. Is that so? My conversations with Marco feel like we're half-jokingly arguing half the time. Even though I can talk so calmly with Shirayuki, my interactions with Marco always end up being prickly. Does this have to do with you asking me to inquire about Toji-san and Oba-san from Marco? Before that, I want you to tell me, what answer did you get from Marco-san, and how did you feel? When I briefly tell him what I heard from Marco earlier, the doctor hums and crosses his arms. I see. Well, that's probably about right for the current situation. His words seem intriguing. It's as if we've only just reached the entrance. His expression implies as much. Right now, you and Marco-san are in a unique situation, living together as step-siblings without relying much on adults. Seems like it. Of course, there are valid reasons for that, which I've heard from Marco-san, but I don't know how you or Marco-san felt leading up to this point. I'm not quite sure what you're getting at. That's fine for now. I simply think that there are aspects, incomprehensible to me, that the two of you should hold dear. That's why I suggested you ask about your step-parents from Marco-san, perhaps somewhat meddlesome. The doctor continued. You might be dense, and Marco-san isn't straightforward, but she's just as concerned about you as your girlfriend is. Is that so? She comes to the hospital more often than you think. There are many times when she just hears from me and leaves without visiting your room. She must be considerate of your girlfriend. When she asks about your condition, her enthusiasm even surpasses that of your girlfriend. I didn't know that. Even hearing this, it doesn't quite settle in. I get that Marco isn't straightforward and is stubborn, but I couldn't picture her earnestly worrying about me. You're unfortunate to have memory impairment, but you're lucky to have a devoted and lovely girlfriend and a stepsister who's awkward at showing her affection. That's something very fortunate. Yes, you are loved by such girls, so it's fine. Your memory will surely return. Thank you. I bowed my head deeply. To be honest, I'm envious. I wish I could have had a high school life surrounded by two cute girls like you. Ha, ha. The doctor started talking fast. My father was a doctor, so I felt compelled to become one too, but all I did in high school was study. It was an all-boys school, so the only women I talked to were store clerks. Those were truly dark times. Even in college and as an adult, I was so busy with studies and research, and with my looks. It's not like I was popular. So you, doctor. This is bad. He's completely venting. As you said, after I'm discharged, I plan to live my life appreciating both Shirayuki and Marco. I forcefully steer the conversation back on track. The doctor nodded appreciatively. That's good. I'll do my best to help too, so make sure you come for regular checkups. Yes, I'll be in your care then. The doctor smiled contentedly. Also, don't forget the autograph. Seriously, please. Understood. He's a good person, but why does he have to ruin it himself? Despite that disappointing aspect, I didn't dislike the doctor. Leaving the hospital, I could smell the sea. Marco said it was within walking distance, but after my long hospital stay, I had a travel bag full of accumulated stuff, so we got into a taxi. At first, we rode along the Chateau Expressway's Bayshore route, but as soon as we turned off onto a side street, the atmosphere changed to that of a residential area. We headed towards the Minatomirai Line's Motomachi-Chukagai station and stopped at a small lane along the way. That's right, it was a mansion near the sea. I got out of the taxi and looked up at the Seikawa residence, a two-story building with a modern design, primarily in black. At a glance, it was around 70 to 80 square meters. The impression of the house was dominated by brick walls and a sturdy gate, making the interior completely hidden from view. Surveillance cameras were firmly installed above the door, giving it a fortress-like feel. I remember feeling scared when I was first brought to this house and realized it was near the sea. I was born in a landlocked prefecture and lost my entire family on the way home from a family trip to the sea. And yet, the place I was brought to was a house right near the sea. It felt like nothing but irony. But yes, even so, the moment I saw this grand mansion, my dark feelings were blown away, and I felt as overwhelmed as I do now. It's big. Ha ha ha. Well, I'm a member of the assembly. I'm just taking precautions, you see. That's right. That's what Marco's father said when he first brought me here. What are you spacing out for? Marco opens the gate with her remote control and quickly goes inside. Efficiently, she gathers the mail that had been stuffed into the mailbox and puts it into a paper bag she had prepared. However, a single piece of paper slipped out and fell to the ground. Picking it up, this was scrawled on the front. Ungrateful. The handwriting seems almost threatening. That alone would be unsettling, but the word ungrateful adds an extra layer of intensity. Startled by this unexpected malice, my body involuntarily shudders. Exclamation mark. Marco snatches the paper I was looking at, crumples it up, and tosses it into the bag. Marco, what was that? It's nothing, just jealousy over my beauty. That doesn't connect with the word ungrateful, though. You're so nitpicky. If you don't remember it, then it doesn't matter. Come on. I'm closing the gate. I'm curious, but I've learned during my month-long hospital stay that Marco won't answer when she's in a bad mood. More importantly, I need to focus on recovering my memories of this house. I looked at the courtyard. It was a strange feeling. Even though I don't remember it, the lawn of the courtyard that connects to the living room and the magnificent osmanthus tree feels somehow nostalgic. I enter the house. I came to a stop in the entrance hall. A semicircular staircase stretches out, leading to the second floor. The floor is covered with dark gray tiles, and the overall design is chic. However, something about the space feels off. Marco, weren't there various decorations in the entrance hall? Like flowers, paintings, vases. I remember Oba-san liked to display such things. Now, those spaces where those items should be are empty and collecting dust. I sold them. Huh? Marco says it as if it's nothing, but that's actually a big deal when you think about it. Hold on. Oba-san probably wouldn't allow something like that. Right, she's hospitalized due to a mental illness, but she'd be shocked if she came back and found everything gone. Wait, or maybe not. A throbbing pain courses through the back of my head. However, the difference between the image in my memory and reality bothers me more, so I pressed a hand to my forehead and continued thinking. Oba-san won't come back? No, that's not quite it. The nuance is close, but in the first place, selling things. Could it be a financial issue? Marco, who was watching me with a cool expression, opened her mouth. Looks like we should go over the house rules, including that topic. But before that, go put your luggage in your room. Do you remember where it is? I unconsciously looked up at the second floor. Probably. Ah, I see. Then here, this is the key to your room. Otto. Marco tosses the key at me, and I hurriedly catch it. She then turns her back on me. Where are you going? I recall that Marco's room was next to mine. Turning around, Marco raises her eyebrows. Her face flushed red. To the bathroom. You idiot. Come to think of it, the direction Marco is headed in was where the toilet is. Feeling apprehensive about my future life here, I let out a sigh. After placing my luggage in my room and checking the books on the bookshelf and the contents of the drawers, Marco knocked on my door. Megaru, we need to go over the house rules. Come to the living room. Is your stomach okay? I'll kill you. I was genuinely concerned, but it seems the young lady didn't appreciate it. I stopped my hand that was reaching for a book's spine and followed Marco to the living room on the first floor. A luxurious living dining room, easily around 20 tatami mats in size. However, besides the prominent 8-person dining table, the space feels empty. I remember the living room used to have quite a few plants, but now the stark emptiness stands out. Sit down. Marco opened the fridge and took out 2 500 milliliters water bottles. The fridge is full of bottled water but otherwise has just a smattering of condiments, making it look deserted. Okay. When I sat down, Marco sat opposite me and placed the water bottles on the table. First, I'll give you your smartphone. My number is already registered in it. Okay, thanks. Wait, why is it brand new? It's obvious, isn't it? Your previous one was broken in the accident. I see. What about the data that was in it? It couldn't be saved. That's a shame. I thought maybe the photos, music, or history on the smartphone could have been clues to regaining my memory. Listen. Marco pointed at my smartphone with her index finger. Answer my calls within 3 rings. Also, reply to my texts within 5 minutes. This is non-negotiable. How demanding can this young lady be? The smartphone in my hands now feels like a chain that binds me to Marco. Fine. I'll do my best. But you really shouldn't point at things with your finger like that. Having to endure your nagging really brings home the fact that you're back. I feel like I've hit a new low. I'm also starting to remember the countless times we've had these sarcastic exchanges. It vaguely comes to mind. Me sitting in this chair, responding to Marco's sharp remarks across from me. I can't remember everything clearly yet, but I'm sure this is my home. When I slid my smartphone into my trouser pocket, Marco leaned on her elbow. So, about the house rules. Yeah, what were they again? Starting today, you'll be in charge of the household chores. Start by preparing dinner that includes plenty of green and yellow vegetables. My skin has been rough lately. Perhaps it's due to the poor nutrition balance since you were hospitalized. If I get complaints from readers, it's all on you. Oi. As I mentioned before, at least 3 dishes. Ah, you might have forgotten, but I'll kill you if you include small fish or seaweed. If a small bone gets lodged in my throat, I will literally make you swallow a needle. Stop. I cut her off in a hurry. Had I not, it felt like her unreasonable demands would continue endlessly. Marco furrowed her brows. What? Do you have a complaint? Of course I do, but was I doing all that before my amnesia? Yeah. You were in charge of household chores and the managing my modeling career. That's your job. Isn't that a bit disproportionate in terms of workload? Managing all of that while going to school would be quite challenging. If you can make more money than me as a model or whatever else, I'll take your place then. There's no way I can do it. Besides, you were the one who suggested this division of labor in the first place. Don't you remember? Division of labor. I suggested it. Zukan. A dull pain struck deep inside my brain. Zukan, Zukan. The rhythm of the dull pain accelerates, and with each beat, the lid over my memories seems to lift. Certainly. Yeah. It's the same place. Back then, Marco and I were sitting across from each other in the same seats. Marco, you should focus solely on modeling. I'll take care of everything else. It's the most efficient way. But if you do that, you'll barely have any time for yourself. What if you get a girlfriend or something? A girlfriend? That's unlikely. Given the situation, there's no way I could have a girlfriend. I see. Suppressing my palpitations, I slowly ruminate over the resurfacing image. The Marco in my memories looks similar to how she is now, so it must have been within the last year, and judging by the conversation, it was before I became romantically involved with Shirayuki. It looks like you've remembered something. Watching me wipe my sweat, Marco muttered. It does sound like something I would say. Anything else you remember? I remember saying that there's no way I could get a girlfriend with things being the way they are. Though, I can't remember what things being the way they are actually mean. I see. Marco pinched some dust from the hair that had fallen onto her chest and blew it away. And yet, despite saying that, I'm dating Shirayuki. That's right. Why is that? I'm starting to understand, but you have parts you can easily remember and parts you can't, don't you? Yeah. If you can't remember right away, it's probably because the time hasn't come yet. Is there such a thing? Who knows? But I kind of understand what it means. What does it mean? It means you're not mentally prepared. At the unsettling words, a chill ran down my spine. Memories that have scarred your heart are likely the ones you're unconsciously distancing yourself from. A cold sweat trickled down. It's scary. The absence of memory and the act of recalling it. So, are you saying that I've experienced events that have scarred my heart? Who knows? I'm not you, so I can't say whether your heart has been scarred or not. That's true. Marco's usual sarcasm, often bothersome, was a lifesaver this time. It pulled me back into reality when I was on the verge of being consumed by fear. To switch gears, I decided to take action. If I have to make the meals, I'll go to the supermarket for now. I also want to walk around the area a bit. Doing the things I usually did might help me remember. Well, that seems reasonable. Marco stretched her slender arms towards the ceiling. Then, maybe I'll take the opportunity to go all the way to Yokohama for some spa time and shopping. I did take the day off from school. After all, the Oju-sama live quite the luxurious life. To me, spa treatments and shopping are like maintaining my work tools. Any complaints when it's my own money I'm spending? Not getting an allowance from Oji-san? Oji-san, she muttered suggestively but said no more. Suddenly, as if remembering, Marco pulled a wallet from her bag and handed it to me. Here, your wallet. Okay, thanks. The pin for your Times Bank card is 8008. See how the numbers all loop around? Is that because my name is Megaru? That's a terrible joke. Don't complain. That card is a joint account we use for our daily expenses, so use it for living costs. I don't know the PIN for the other card from bank. That's your personal account. A joint account? Yeah. I transfer 100,000 yen from my modeling earnings every month. If it's not enough, we can discuss. Hold on. Are you saying you earn all our living expenses? Yeah. Marco says it lightly as always, but it's far from ordinary. A high school student is earning the living expenses while going to school. This is strange. Too strange. You said Oja-san is far away? Yeah. But that he's not working? Correct. She had said Oja-san is not dead, but if he's not working, it doesn't seem like he's stationed in a remote area overseas or anything like that. What's the situation with Oja-san? Remember it yourself. She sharply rebuffed me. I glared at her a little, but her expression was one of pure indifference. Feeling that I couldn't get the truth out of Marco, I decided to change my line of questioning. Is the reason there's so little stuff in the house because we had to sell it due to a lack of money? It's true we did need money at one point. That's not the only reason though. What do you mean? Well, it's not like we have debt right now, but I am the only source of income, and it costs a fair bit to maintain this house. So, division of labor is necessary for efficient management. And a suit-ton? When I was taken in, Oja-san was a member of the assembly and his family was wealthy. That's how the circumstances should have been. Something is. No, everything is off. People and things that should be here are missing. It's supposed to have only been 5 years. And yet the situation is incomprehensible compared to back then. However, I can't remember. Is it because, as Marco says, these are memories that scarred my heart? Marco stands up and opens a drawer. The bicycle key is here. Okay. Then I'll go get ready, so wait for me. I'm counting on you to drive to the Motomakichi station, okay? Huh? I narrowed my eyes. You mean the two of us on the bicycle? Is there another way to interpret it? I was discharged from the hospital today. Though, you were discharged because you're healthy now, right? A model on the back of a bike doesn't really match the image, does it? If it's a model of my caliber, any pose becomes art. What about violating traffic laws? You're really nitpicky, aren't you? Do I look like someone who would get caught violating the law? Well, if it's Margot, the moment a cop comes into sight, she would have the observational skills and intuition to get off the bicycle before getting caught, and if I were to be stopped, she would surely just walk away as if she had nothing to do with it. I'm starting to remember how much trouble I had always been through as your older brother figure. Let me remind you, since you seem to have forgotten, if you try to act like an older brother, I'll kick you away with my high heels. Marco holds her nose up high, flaunting her spoiled Oju-sama attitude, but when I think of her as something like a little sister, it strangely looks cute and childlike. I touch my forehead and nod. I'll keep that in mind. Section. The day after being discharged from the hospital, I was putting on my school uniform for the first time in a while. I was going back to school after about a month, and since my amnesia hadn't fully recovered yet, my girlfriend Shirayuki came to pick me up. Along with Marco, the three of us headed to school. Do you remember where your shoe locker is? Yeah. Even on the train, Shirayuki was constantly attentive to small details, taking care of me in her usual earnest and devoted manner. On the other hand, Marco seemed rather aloof. She observed Shirayuki and me from a step back, only occasionally interjecting a comment. Then, my class is this way. Marco's chilly demeanor didn't change as we entered the school building and parted ways in the corridor. I asked Shirayuki, is she in a bad mood? She's often like that in the morning. I see. Now that you mention it, it was like that. Marco has low blood pressure, and I remember she's not a morning person. Also, you might have forgotten, but Marco-chan usually teases people she's close to, like you and me. Is that so? Marco-chan is basically cool, isn't she awesome? Shirayuki's eyes sparkle. While I couldn't agree wholeheartedly, she's getting more attention than I thought. I vaguely responded. This was partly due to the stares and whispers I had been subjected to all the way to school. Whether we were waiting for the train at the station, chatting on the train, or arriving at school, Marco was the center of attention, drawing eyes from both boys and girls. Marco-chan always gets a lot of attention, but today was special since Meguru-kun was also there after a long absence. Me? You might not be as popular as Marco-chan, but Meguru-kun's also a bit of a celebrity within the school. You're Marco-chan's relative, living with her, her manager, and on top of that, you're, handsome. Her face turned red, and her voice faded out until it was barely audible by the end. Thanks. I honestly have no self-awareness about being handsome, and I think it's probably just her being biased as my girlfriend, but she complimented me. I should graciously thank her. Really, you two, being so lovey-dovey in the corridor. A voice called out from behind us, and Shirayuki and I turned around. Ritsuka-chan. Ha! You're always so lively in the morning, Shirayuki. The girl referred to as Ritsuka adjusted her glasses, a look of mild disbelief on her face, although her gaze was kind. What stands out are her glasses and the braided pigtails that hang down over both shoulders. She's a petite girl, about the same height as Shirayuki, but whereas Shirayuki has a more carefree aura, Ritsuka possesses a chairperson-like sharpness. Yeah, long time no see, Kozai. You look healthier than I expected. I recognize her face and the tone of her voice. What did I used to call her? Kantu. Huh. Oh, you remember me? I heard from Shirayuki that you have amnesia, so I thought you might have forgotten. I think Kantu leaves a strong impression. The glasses and hairstyle are quite distinctive, and above all, you're good friends with Shirayuki. I praise you for remember me, but even if you are her boyfriend, I won't be handing over Shirayuki to you. Kantu tightly hugged Shirayuki. Ritsuka-chan, this is embarrassing, or Shirayuki is just so cute. How about it, Kozai? Jealous, right? Not really. I left the two of them and entered the classroom. I wanted to check my seat before the beginning of class and try to jog my memory by observing the room. Mute, you're as aloof as ever. Ahaha. I heard that line behind me as I let my senses guide me. The very back row, second from the window. My seat is probably here. Looking back, I saw Shirayuki nodding. It was likely a nod to indicate that the seat was indeed the correct one. I felt relieved and put my bag on the desk. Oh, it's the butler-sama's long-awaited return to school. From the seat to my left, a male student with hair flipping on both sides spoke up. Are you talking about me? You really did forget. It's unthinkable for you not to make it Tsukomi even though I'm making the Boke part. I'd have been bedridden from the shock if Tanzawa-chan hadn't warned me beforehand. This frivolous tone. I have some recollections, but oi, you remembered Ritsuka just now, didn't you? Why do you remember her right away but forget me? I closed my eyes and thought. No good. Can't remember. Oi, it's me, Hikota Jinta. Hikota Jinta? That doesn't ring a bell. Wait a minute. That's too harsh. Phew. I couldn't help but burst into laughter. I'd been holding it in, but I was reaching my limit. Huh? What's going on? Kantu interjected, perplexed by Jinta's confusion. Jinta, haven't you realized you're being teased yet? Kozai. You remembered him before he said his name, didn't you? Shirayuki, now free-handed, lined up next to Kantu, presumably after putting her bag down at her seat. You caught on well, Kantu. I got suspicious when you closed your eyes. Good intuition. Hey, cut me some slack, Meguru. To Jinta's pathetic cry, I merely shrugged my shoulders. If you're going to make snide remarks like Butler-sama out of the blue, then I thought I'd get back at you a little. That's because I didn't know how much you remembered. I thought it'd be better to start with something you probably didn't recall. Normally, it would make more sense to start with something he's likely to remember. You idiot. Jinta. Shut up. Just from the way Kantu and Jinta call each other, you can sense their closeness. If they were regular classmates, they wouldn't call each other by their names or nicknames in such a familiar way. Lovers? No, that's not it. What was it again? Shirayuki. I'd like you to tell me something. What? When I asked in a low voice, Shirayuki approached, casting sidelong glances at the bickering Kantu and Jinta. What was the relationship between these two? According to Ritsuka-chan, they're old acquaintances from the neighborhood. Shirayuki mimicked the motion of adjusting her glasses, resting her hand on her hip as she did so, probably imitating Kantu. They get along well. Initially, Meguru-kun became friends with him after entering high school, and when I joined the conversations, Ritsuka-chan would also come to join us. That's how Ritsuka-chan and I became close friends. Once I think back, I wonder why I didn't remember something so obvious. After entering high school, I became friends with Jinta, who sat next to me, after talking with him. Although Marco and I ended up in separate classes, thanks to being in the same class as Shirayuki, we often spent time together, and eventually, Kanto joined us as well. I'm starting to remember most of it, but what did Jinta mean by butler? You see, Meguru-kun, people often say you're like Marco-chan's butler. It's not a bad thing, more like a general perception everyone has. A butler image in school. I don't quite get it. Marco-chan is beautiful, a model, and even has good grades, yet she's always alone in class. You're often by the side of such a solitary princess like Marco-chan, acting sort of like her manager. So it's because I'm taking care of a self-centered princess. Although I initially found the expression ridiculous, I felt a bit convinced. I'm envious you get to take care of Marco-sama. Jinta grabbed my shoulder and shook it. Marco-sama? What's that about? Well, isn't Marco-sama essentially like a celebrity? She doesn't really fit the mold of someone attending this kind of academic school, right? So even addressing her with san feels kind of hesitant. Is that so? I can't really empathize. We're in the same school and the same grade. There's no need for such formalities. But recalling this light-hearted demeanor reminded me that this was very much like Jinta. I also want to take care of Marco-sama. Let me do it too, even if it's just a little. Personally, I'd actually rather have you take over the task for me, but it seems like there was some reason I couldn't let anyone else do it. Shirayuki gave a wry smile. That's because Marco-chan once said she's absolutely against it. Even though I don't remember, I can almost visualize that scene. Glancing sideways, I see Kanta heaving a sigh. It's as if she's saying that dealing with idiots is exhausting. But then, for some reason, in the next moment, Kanta stares at the ground and grits her teeth. Exclamation mark. She seems to have noticed that I saw her expression. Kanta quickly forces an awkward smile in response. I couldn't fully understand the meaning behind that expression. Section. The chime rings throughout the school. Students raise their voices in joy at being released from class, stretching their backs and stuffing textbooks into their bags, each engaging in their own activities. Meguru-kun, how was your first day back at school? Shirayuki approaches my desk and strikes up a conversation. I'm just relieved that I can keep up with the studies for now. Seems like the prep and review I did in the hospital paid off. I wish Meguru-kun'd rely on me sometimes. You're too self-sufficient. That's not true. You've been coming to take care of me all this time, haven't you? That's because I'm your girlfriend, so it's only natural. Shirayuki blushes and becomes shy. From the seat next to me, Jinta mutters, I can't deal with this, and interlocks his arms behind his head. Nearby male students shoot glares of jealousy and even click their tongues. How about your memory? Are you experiencing any headaches? Speaking of which, I could remember stuff about school quite easily. Didn't have any headaches either. When I thought of my family, my head hurt so much that it was terrifying. But it's like it's completely different now. Whether I want to remember it or not, that might be related. Shirayuki fiddled with her fingers in front of her chest. So, Meguru-kun, you must be tired from your first day back at school. I was thinking, if you're okay with it, of going to your place to make dinner. What do you think? Jinta furrows his brow, and nearby male students grim their faces. Shirayuki seems completely oblivious to her surroundings. While I'm weary of the flaming jealousy around me, I decide it's not worth acknowledging and ignore it. Thanks, Shirayuki. That would help a lot. Really? Then. But I've got some things to take care of. So, can I ask for your help another time? I appreciate her thoughtfulness in taking into account that I must be tired from attending school after such a long time. And I'm really happy just knowing she wants to be there to support me. But, the moment I opened my mouth to explain, a voice called out from the corridor. Meguru. It was Marco. Even after half a day since coming to school, not a single hair was out of place. Her beauty unfading. It's as if her aloof expression preserved her beauty in ice. Perhaps due to that, Marco's presence clearly stood out from the surroundings, and created an atmosphere no one could approach. If Marco-chan is here, that means we're supposed to go to the office together later today. I see. Can't be helped, then. Shirayuki smiled a little sadly. Lucky you, Megaru. It's just like a part-time job for me. If you, Jinta, want to come, that's fine. Really? Jinta perked up. But you'll have to convince Marco yourself. I just mean that I personally don't mind. I absolutely have no chance. The only ones who can even talk to Marco-sama, who has that aura, are you and Tanzawa-chan. I can't say I don't understand where Jinta is coming from. I hadn't realized the extent of Marco's aloofness at school until now. Even at this moment, she emits an incredibly sharp aura, almost like a hedgehog. It became clear how Marco interacts with people other than Shirayuki when I went to check on her during lunch break. In her classroom, Marco sat alone, exuding an air that rejected anyone else as she lazily fiddled with her phone. Sayakawa-san is as beautiful as ever. I'd like to talk to her. You better not. She has a really bad attitude. Is that so? She looks down on everyone except Kozai and Tanzawa from class 4. It's better for you if you don't talk to her. Seriously? Why, she's fine with those two. Kozai is a relative she lives with, and Tanzawa is a childhood friend, apparently. I've never heard any bad rumors about those two, but there are stories that say Aikawa toys with guys. You are? What's that about? Well, a very popular Roju-sama who is a model has no interest in commoners, right? Ha! It sure is an advantage to be beautiful. Standing at the entrance of the classroom, I accidentally overheard this whispered conversation and felt uncomfortable. This casual chatter probably accurately reflects how Marco is viewed at school. Furthermore, when the two people having the conversation realized I was listening, they gave an awkward smile and scurried away. Only you can persuade Marco-sama. Please, Megaru. You convince Marco-sama. That being said, it's not that everyone dislikes Marco. While she seems to have garnered a lot of resentment from the girls, there are quite a few boys like Jinta who seem to idolize her. You idiot Jinta. Gufu. A bag thrusts into Jinta's abdomen. The one who did it was Kanto. Really? Are you stupid or what? Your ulterior motives are so obvious. Anyone, not just Sayakawa-san, would find that annoying. But I just wanted a chance to get closer to her. Asking is free, Kozai. I'll lecture this idiot, so you go ahead. Your princess seems to be quite displeased by your tardiness. As Kanto said, Marco is watching our exchange from the hallway with a displeased expression. It seems better to get going quickly. Shirayuki, see you. I packed my textbooks and other items into my bag and slung it over my shoulder. Yeah. I'll contact you tonight. Okay. With just that, I headed toward Marco section. The journey to the office was dominated by Marco's complaints. Starting with "Oh, you're late," after I told her sorry for the wait in the hallway, words spewed out of her in a torrential rush. How dare you make me wait in the hallway like this? Geez, because of you, my legs are about to turn into sticks. What are you going to do if they swell? As punishment, when we get back, give me a massage after I bathe. You don't remember how? Look it up on your smartphone right now. You've completely killed my motivation. Maybe I'll just slack off at work today. I sighed inwardly. What a spoiled Oju-sama she is. She's so quiet at school, but as soon as it's just the two of us, she turns into this. Maybe her demeanor at school is just for show, and she's actually putting on quite an act. The same held true even after we arrived at the talent agency. That receptionist is as annoyingly fake as always. Didn't you notice that guy in the elevator staring at me just now? Why didn't you step in between us? If anything happens to me because of that guy, I'll hold it against you forever. You idiot. Why didn't you help me? When I asked you to bring me water, it meant help me, you know. You forgot that? That photographer might be talented and reputable, but I'm always having a hard time fending off his advances. Don't you ever forget that again. When I met the young female employee who had been acting as her manager while I was hospitalized, she said, "You really are of great help." No wonder her words felt so sincere. Marco is intelligent and has a cautious side, so she generally keeps her schedule in mind. She also has a good read on relationships, showing proper etiquette to people with power despite her selfishness. She's pretty flawless in that respect. However, The flip side is that she can be merciless to those she feels she can make work hard, like the manager. Seriously, I sure was able to do this before my amnesia. Even if she's a relative, a housemate, and what Marco calls my true lover, anyone would get fed up dealing with such a spoiled Oju-sama. No, perhaps there's a reason I didn't get fed up. Or maybe there was some obligation that made me have to continue being her manager. Right now, to be honest, I don't feel any romantic affection for Marco. All I can think is, please spare me from putting up with her selfishness. Whether Marco truly considers me her lover is also questionable. The only lover-like behavior she's shown was kissing me as soon as she first came into my hospital room. I think she could be a little kinder if she really loves me, but, considering Marco's haughty disposition, it's frightening to think that it could be her way of hiding her embarrassment. Chances are, there's no scent of romance between Marco and me. The fact that no one suspects a romantic relationship between us confirms it. We probably come off as the spoiled Oju-sama and the caring butler, just as Jinta had said, but Marco and I are not just relatives living together. I feel like there's something deep between Marco and me. If I could remember a bit more about Oja-san and Oba-san that Marco is vague about, maybe I'd understand. I had a vague feeling like that. My smartphone buzzed softly. After confirming the caller, I stepped out of the studio while keeping an eye on Marco's photoshoot. Good evening, Meguru-kun. Are you free right now? Actually, I'm still in the middle of Marco's photoshoot. Even though it's already 9 p.m., should I call back? No. It's fine right now. The schedule is running a bit late, so it seems it's going to take a while. I don't know if I can call you back today after grabbing some dinner, so this timing is actually perfect. You're as busy as ever, aren't you? I felt my heart warmed by the genuine concern in her voice as I sat down on a bench in the hallway. As ever, you say. So was I like this before my amnesia? Yeah. You often looked tense, like you were constantly on edge. Is it related to the absence of Oja-san and Oba-san after all? If Marco won't tell me, then maybe Shirayuki will. That's what I thought, so I casually asked. I heard the sound of a stifled breath from the other end of the call. After a pause, Shirayuki speaks. I'm sorry. That's one of the things the doctor told me not to talk about yet. I see. I'm curious, but I trust both the doctor and Shirayuki. I should hold back for now. Did you often call me like this at night? Changing the topic seemed to lift Shirayuki's spirits, and she eagerly responded, yeah, quite frequently. I feel more at ease hearing someone's voice rather than just exchanging messages. Even after I transferred schools. Transferred? Shirayuki muttered, as if regretting her slip. She does have a bit of an airheaded side to her. After all, it's fine. I'm not feeling unwell or anything. Thank God. Meguru-kun is outside, so I was wondering what would happen if you collapsed. Rather than that, transferring schools, since when? I'm not sure how much I can say, but for all 3 years of middle school, so we ended up together again in high school. That's right. My new school wasn't bad or anything, but it was lonely without Meguru-kun and the Marco-chan. I'm really glad I got to come back. It's no use. I can't remember completely. My memory is still stuck at when I met Shirayuki in 5th grade. You know, I had decided that if we ever went to the same school again, I would definitely confess to Meguru-kun. The words flowed effortlessly from Shirayuki, but when I think about it, that's quite a bold statement. Has Shirayuki liked me since we were in elementary school? There it is. The same as when she slipped about transferring schools. The feeling of I messed up is immense. I could practically see the image of Shirayuki writhing in agony on the other end of the call. Well, you see. That is true. I'm not planning on denying the fact, but telling Meguru-kun about it brings up another issue. It's already conveyed to me, so what's the issue? Meguru-kun Yumini. It's because it's embarrassing. Isn't it obvious? I found myself smiling involuntarily. How adorable can my girlfriend be? I can picture Shirayuki blushing right now. I'm sure she's pouting in resentment, yet she genuinely loves me. In my current state of amnesia, my relationship with Shirayuki is only about a month old. but I'm already attracted to her. I can easily imagine my past self liking Shirayuki for a long time. I mean, just talking like this makes me feel happy. She may feel inferior to Marco, but there's no need for comparison. Her dedicated care, her gentle heart, her straightforward affection. Shirayuki is an incredibly charming girl, second to none. Have we gone on dates, Shirayuki? Feeling a warmth inside, I decided to press further. Actually, we haven't been together for that long. Meguru-kun has also been busy, so our schedules haven't really matched up much. How about going on a date this Saturday? I have a checkup in the morning, but if you're okay with after that, I'll go. An energetic immediate reply. In just an instant, it blew away my worry that she might decline. Right. I have a place I want to go. Can I decide what we will do on the date? Yeah, of course. Going on a date with Meguru-kun. I'm so happy. I'm starting to understand her. Is also one of Shirayuki's verbal quirks. It slips out when shyness and sweetness are mixed. Shirayuki is indeed a bit of a spoiled child, but she's not like that with just anyone. Only with me, Marco, and a few friends. If we're talking about the opposite sex, it's only me. That's how special she thinks of me. It can be said to be proof that she trusts and cherishes me as her lover. I want to keep this trust forever, I thought. When I returned to the studio after hanging up the phone, it looked like Marco's photoshoot was nearing its end. Given the late hour, Marco and I quickly said our goodbyes and left the studio. Who was that call from? As soon as we stepped outside, Marco asked. Shirayuki. Why? Focus on me when we're at work, okay? Her tone was somewhat irksome. Are you jealous by any chance? If so, it would be the first behavior that seems like a real lover. Huh? Are you an idiot? She retorted with a tone full of mockery. Even if you're just waiting, being prepared to handle sudden situations is part of the job, right? With Marco, it's confusing whether she's saying this to hide her embarrassment or if she's being serious. If that's the case, you should always keep your room clean. Really? Saying this and that. You're such a nitpicky guy. That's the optimal arrangement. Keep that in mind. It seems her mood has improved while we've been talking. Marco stretched herself tall. Well, work is finally over. Shall we go eat something delicious? Under the streetlights, Marco smiles. That smile draws the attention of men around us, making them turn their heads to look at her. The allure of Marco isn't just because she's beautiful. It's because she's also noble, dignified, and capricious, yet somewhere lonely, delicate, and at times gazes into the distance with eyes that seem sad. What did the version of me that had memories think of these aspects of Marco? Marco, you. What? Would you like pasta for dinner? I'd like Spanish cuisine. I'll tell you my favorite restaurant, so make a note of it. Got it? I'll try to remember. Precisely because I'm drawn to Shirayuki. But why is it? I feel a sense of unease. Maybe losing my memories as I have is a form of happiness in its own way. Suddenly, I thought such a thing. Section. At night, in my room with the lights off, I'm facing my laptop. What I'm typing are notes about my memories. Lately, it's become a habit to update this before going to bed. The current content was as follows. Confirmed memories. 5th grade in elementary school. Father, mother, little sister, 3 years younger, died in a car accident, taken in by Marco's father, who is a distant relative. Since then, I've been living with the Saikawa family. Marco's father is a politician, and her family is wealthy. Marco's mother loved decorating with paintings, pots, and plants, though none remain now. Shirayuki has been Marco's friend since they were in 3rd grade. Met Shirayuki when Marco, who was asked to take care of me by her father, brought her along. 6th grade in elementary school. Participation in a Snow White play. I'm the prince. Shirayuki plays Snow White, and Marco is the witch. Middle school. Shirayuki had transferred schools but came back when we entered high school. Present, 1st year in high school, attending the same high school as Shirayuki and Marco. Marco barely talks to anyone besides me and Shirayuki, somewhat isolated, self-imposed. Shirayuki and I are in the same class 4, Marco is in class 2. I live alone with Marco. Oji-san is in an unreachable state. He's not dead but isn't working either. Oba-san is hospitalized due to a mental illness. Marco is a model, and I act as something much like her manager. I was the one who suggested this arrangement. Living expenses are covered by Marco's modeling work. I just started dating Shirayuki, so we haven't gone on many dates yet. Notes. What does ungrateful mean? Chapter 3. I felt like I could go anywhere like this. The busy days continued. School, homework, cleaning, laundry, preparing breakfast, and making dinner. There was also the part-time job as Marco's manager. I was fortunate that my memories related to these tasks recovered relatively smoothly, and I was able to carry on with everything without any problem. However, time is finite, and so is physical strength. Since my physical strength had decreased during my hospital stay, I decided to cut corners a little with cleaning and to increase the number of times we ate out for dinner. Well, it was in exchange for Marco's complaints, but I had gotten used to it, so I just let it slide. Have I always been living like this? It's busy, but fulfilling. At school, I have friends, and I have a girlfriend named Shirayuki. And despite being nagged by Marco, I can also catch a glimpse of the extraordinary world of the modeling industry. These are fun days, but something is different. Right now, within my existing memories, the part that fits the least with my current life is the part where Marco is my real lover. Marco doesn't ask for lover-like things from me. Of course, we work together and live together. The time I spend with her privately is far longer than with my girlfriend Shirayuki. But this isn't being together as lovers. It's just being together as family. For example, I don't hold hands with Marco. Marco doesn't try to be seductive. There's no atmosphere like when you're with your lover. If Marco were to say, "I was just teasing when I said I was your real lover," everything would fall into place. But it's strange. I just can't deny Marco's words. Yeah, everything's looking good. When I went for my regular checkup, the doctor greeted me with his usual, kind smile. Since things are going so well, it might be okay to delve a bit deeper. What do you mean exactly? Aren't there any places tied to your memories that you haven't visited yet? You should go to such places and stimulate your memory. Given how well you've managed to return to daily life, a light trigger like that might be enough to have an effect. I see. So, after this, you have a date with your girlfriend, right? The doctor grinned. His smile was like that of a nosy spectator. It reminded me of an uncle who would snoop and smirk about love stories. If you know it, it means you have heard it from Shirayuki. Ha, you're so composed. It's no fun teasing you. I was hoping for a what? That's none of your business, doctor. I think the doctor is a good person and skilled, but he has his quirks. Aren't those eyes too cold? Yes, sorry. The doctor ruffled his tousled hair as he chuckled. Actually, your girlfriend Chan consulted me about where to go on your date. Based on today's examination, I've decided it's safe for you to go. Let her know that. Understood. It's convenient because I thought it would be better for you to go with someone rather than alone. There's a chance, however slight, that something could happen, so be ready to leave the place immediately if necessary. Yes. I left the consultation room and relayed the doctor's advice to Shirayuki, who was waiting for me outside the hospital. So, can you come with me then? Yeah. It was Saturday at 11 in the morning, a clear, sunny day perfect for a date. Moreover, Marco had gone out since the morning for some inevitable work. I had the day off due to my regular checkup, so it turned out to be a rare chance for me to relax. Following Shirayuki's lead, we headed to Ishikawacho Station and boarded the Junior Keihin Tohoku/Negishi line. Where are we going? It's a secret. She playfully stuck out her tongue, looking adorable and mischievous. Her carefree demeanor naturally made my heart beat faster. It'll take a little while to get there. How about we talk about old times until then? Sure, but I've forgotten quite a lot. It's also a chance to check your memory, right? The train was sparsely populated, a leisurely atmosphere prevailing. The sea outside the window, bathed in sunlight, was dazzlingly bright. It's a calm feeling. With Shirayuki by my side, it might be a good day to take on a challenge. Okay, but what kind of old stories are you talking about? Look, you remembered about the first time we met the other day. right? Yeah. After I was taken in by the Saikawa family, I was brooding about family matters, and then Marco brought Shirayuki over. Yeah. Shirayuki nodded earnestly. I was really struggling back then. With what? I didn't know how to cheer up Meguru-kun. I had never seen anyone as unfortunate as you were. I see. I knew that the news of my parents' and sisters' deaths had been widespread. Naturally, everyone at my new elementary school must have been aware of my situation. I used to think about how terrifying it would be if I were in the same situation. Just trying to imagine what Meguru-kun was feeling made me want to cry. Yeah. That's why I didn't know how to approach you. I didn't know. And when I realized I didn't know, I decided to at least always be cheerful. Shirayuki said this as if she had made peace with it. Yes, that's the kind of person Shirayuki is. A paragon of goodness, like the sun brightening everything around her with her nature. I stopped holding back and thought about taking you to brighter places, not dark ones. Because I believed that Meguru-kun, who had suffered so much, deserved to be equally happy. Shirayuki is kind-hearted and modest, but when it comes to doing something, his determination is amazing. She forges ahead without looking sideways. You'll grow moss if you stay in places like this. Come play with us. I hear a nostalgic voice. It's Shirayuki's voice from when we were young. Usually, when memories from the past flood in, I'd get a headache, but now, with Shirayuki by my side, there is neither pain nor anxiety. Are you okay? Her large, round eyes, like those of a small animal, are focused on me. I want to respond to Shirayuki's sincere kindness, and I feel that happy memories await beyond this. That's why there is no pain nor fear. Yeah, let's talk more. I continued to reminisce with Shirayuki, slowly conjuring up the scenes from those days in my mind. Let's talk together. Right, Meguru-kun. After losing my parents and little sister, I spent most of my time outside of school just zoning out in my room. However, once Shirayuki began to actively engage with me, I started leaving my room more often. Well, more accurately, I was often dragged out of my room by Shirayuki. She intervened in my life quite assertively. But we were just fifth graders, a boy and a girl. It wasn't like we had a lot in common, so I mostly just listened to Shirayuki and Marco's conversations from a corner of Marco's room. But as one would expect from Shirayuki, she didn't let that become an obstacle and talked to me thoroughly. Meguru-kun, which clothes do you think are cute? If you don't want to talk, just point. Hold this teddy bear. You are. It looks so cute on you. Let's take a picture. I couldn't clear it again. Meguru-kun, please help. Shirayuki kept talking to me regardless of whether I ignored her, and she wasn't satisfied until I reacted in some way. So initially, I accepted Shirayuki simply because it was less of a hassle. Whenever I was zoning out, Shirayuki would start talking, and Marco would do something else. When Shirayuki engaged Marco in conversation, Marco would get involved, and then I would drift off again. It was a cycle like this. To anyone seeing us for the first time, we must have seemed like an odd trio. What's clear is that Shirayuki was the key figure in our trio being together, after this kind of relationship continued for several months. So, you see, Meguru-kun, during today's dance, Marco-chan laughed at me through her nose. I can't dance as cool as Marco-chan, sure, but still, she's so mean. I wasn't laughing through my nose. I just thought your movements were cute. Pure lies. You were definitely laughing. Foo-foo. When I let out a small laugh, Shirayuki and Marco opened their eyes wide in surprise. Meguru-kun just laughed. Marco-chan, you heard it too, right? Indeed I did. It's the first time I've heard it in the half year we've seen each other. Yay. Meguru-kun, I'm so glad you laughed. A slight one, just a very slight one. Shirayuki's brightness seeped into my heart, and I began to feel emotions like joy and fun stirring within me. That's right. For me, Shirayuki holds a meaning beyond just being a girlfriend. She was the benefactor who reached out to me in my despair after losing my family, helping me to regain my emotions. To put it in an embarrassing way, she was like a goddess of salvation. I even felt a sort of sanctity towards Shirayuki. On the other hand, When it was just Marco and me, we hardly talked. What? Nothing. I had no interest in Marco, no, in anything at all. It was only because Shirayuki forcefully involved herself that I gradually began to open up to her alone. As for how Marco saw me, a saw in the thumb would probably be the best way to describe it. She couldn't ignore me because her parents asked her to look after me, but she couldn't really do anything and didn't want to get involved with me too much. That's why she relied on Shirayuki to handle things. But still, she probably saw me as nothing more than a nuisance. Although Marco was like that, she has her own sense of justice. When I had just transferred to her school, Marco always protected me whenever I faced unpleasant situations. Oi, we heard you're living in the same house as Sayakawa. You must be doing perverted stuff secretly. You look like the silent pervert type. Not really. TCH. What do you mean not really? Are you mocking me? Ouch. It's your fault for making fun of people. I probably looked gloomy and weak to them. I often got entangled with nasty classmates, but in those times, Marco always rushed to my rescue. What are you doing? Are you guys talking about me? Sayakawa, are you picking on Meguru because I rejected you last week? That's pretty lame. Wah, like it would be that. Then I'll take it that you're just ganging up and bullying for fun. So, this guy is technically my relative, though? It means are you picking a fight with me too, right? No. You're wrong. I'm not. If you try to do the same thing again, be prepared to make an enemy of me. Marco was in a leadership position among the girls and is also very articulate. I had never seen her lose a verbal argument. Even though Marco has a fierce personality, she does not act cowardly or bully the weak. At the beginning of my school transfer there, I was helped by her many times. Thus, being treated like a saw in the thumb, sometimes protected, and having minimal interactions with Shirayuki. My relationship with Marco, who I had been living together within a complicated relationship, was deteriorating in contrast to my relationship with Shirayuki, with whom I was gradually growing closer. The reason was quite simple. I was a burden to the Sayakawa family. It was Sayakawa Oji-san who had offered to take me in. Sayakawa Oji-san, a cousin of my father, was a prominent figure and a member of the prefectural assembly. He was the most affluent among our relatives and likely took me in, considering how it would look to others, given his position as an assembly member. However, Sayakawa Oji-san was a hearty man, and at least outwardly, he never showed any ulterior motives. Meguru, this is your home now. You can even call me Papa if you like. I remember him saying this when he took me into his home. Contrary to Oji-san, Oba-san was rather cold. I overheard Oji-san and Oba-san having a discreet conversation at a time when I was starting to recover thanks to Shirayuki. Why did you bring such a child into our home? There was no other family who could take him in. Our house should be fine, right? That may be true financially, but we have Marco here. Don't we? A boy and a girl of the same age. Do you know what the neighbors are saying? If you say that, not taking him in would have caused even more talk. Don't you think? That might be true, but I always dreamed of playing catch with my own son. I never thought it might come true in this way. Exclamation mark. Is that a dig at me for not being able to give birth to a son? Ah. No, that's not what I meant. For such a ridiculous reason, it's not ridiculous. Think about me, who gets dragged into this. I'm the one who actually has to take care of him. The death of my parents and little sister was sad, but I was beginning to feel I had to accept it. I also had gradually accumulated enough time to come to terms with it. Then, the problem in front of me became clearer. Just by existing, I'm bringing misfortune to the Sayakawa family. That was painful. Papa, I told you not to walk around in just your underwear. It's fine, Marco. I've just come out of the bath. Don't you think so, Meguru? Ah, yes. See, even Meguru agrees. He says yes to everything. That's not true. Meguru, how about we play catch together sometime? That. See, he didn't say yes, did he? Papa, that's mean. You knew he wouldn't say no to that. No, ha ha ha. Don't laugh it off. Thankfully, Oji-san, regardless of what Oba-san said, always talked to me with a big smile. but the guilt of not being able to reciprocate Toji-san's kindness, of causing distress to Oba-san, of irritating Marco, all of it was overwhelming, and I didn't know what to do. The only person I could rely on was Shirayuki. One day when Shirayuki came over to visit, I confided in her that I wanted to talk about something in secret, away from Marco. Shirayuki immediately nodded in agreement. Then, I'll leave early today. After that, I'll wait for you at the World Plaza in Yamashita Park, so Meguru-kun, leave the house without Marco noticing and we can talk there at leisure. Thus, Shirayuki made up an excuse and left the Saikawa house an hour earlier than usual. And pretending to go shopping, I met up with her and we sat side by side on the steps leading to the stone stage. Thank you, Tanzawa. You don't need to thank me. Actually, I'm really happy to be relied on by Meguru-kun for the first time. I'm grateful you say that. I don't have anyone else to turn to. Here. Take this. I handed her a milk tea I had bought from a vending machine as a token of my gratitude. I knew she had a sweet tooth from the many times we had snacks together. Thanks. As I sat down next to her, I twisted open my Fanta grape. So, what did you want to talk about? Shirayuki tightened her arms, perhaps bracing herself for the conversation. I talked about how my existence was bringing misfortune to the Saikawa family, while looking at the sea, gazing up at the Yokohama Marine Tower, and watching children play on the grass, little by little. I see. That's why you couldn't talk to Marco-chan about it. After I had finished my story, Shirayuki said this. When I first arrived here, I couldn't think of anything, but thanks to Tanzawa reaching out to me, I've started to see things more clearly. Ahaha, I didn't really do much. That's not true though. Don't worry about me. So, you've started to see things more clearly? I realized I should be grateful for being taken in, especially to Oji-san, who's provided a comfortable life and always talks to me. I want to show my gratitude, but I think just saying thank you might be enough. But, is that not okay? Actually, I've been trying to say thanks as much as I can. But once Oji-san told Marco you should also be grateful for everything like him, and she got sulky. That's so like Marco-chan. Shirayuki smiled wryly. By the way, Marco-chan once told me that Oji-san wants to play catch with you, but you haven't agreed. So I thought why not try it? What do you say? I think Oji-san would be really happy, and it would show him that you're grateful. Don't you think? That's... I couldn't say more and just stared at the cobblestones. Shirayuki carefully asked. If it's okay, can I ask why? It's not a big deal, really. Okay. Shirayuki didn't rush me and waited patiently, nodding along. I was grateful for her consideration. I took a deep breath and pushed the words from the depths of my throat. Tasan loved playing catch. My little sister, even though she couldn't play, always came with us. Tears suddenly spilled out until Ka-san came to pick us up. As the sun set on the horizon, we threw the ball back and forth tirelessly. My dad caught my throws with joy, and my little sister, despite her complaints, watched us the whole time until Mom came to tell us dinner was ready and to come back home. Endlessly, and now, it's a scene I'll never see again. I couldn't hold it back. My vision blurred with tears, and sobs rose in my throat. To cry in front of a girl my age, how pathetic. Even though she went out of her way to listen to my problems, suddenly crying beside her must be nothing but a nuisance. Yet, I couldn't stop my tears. You are. Hearing a voice, I looked beside me, and Shirayuki was crying. Tears, large as pearls, streamed from her big eyes, and she was crying even louder than me. Seeing her like that made me feel even more inclined to cry. When my family died, I hardly cried because it didn't feel real. But now, with someone crying alongside me, it was the first time I cried so much. That's right. I ended up crying more than Meguru-kun. How embarrassing. We get off the large train and transfer to the Shonan monorail. The residential area seen from the suspended train is a breathtaking view, and combined with the feeling of being on a trip, I can feel the lid of my memories loosening. It's not embarrassing at all. In fact, at that time, I hastily stopped myself from saying what I was about to say unconsciously. Shirayuki tilts her head slightly. At that time? No, it's nothing. I'm curious now. Really? It's nothing. With Meguru-kun's ears turning red. It can't be nothing. Come on, tell me. I'm being shaken by the shoulders, but it's too embarrassing to say it. Because, at that time, it was the first time I became conscious of Shirayuki as a member of the opposite sex. The time we spent crying together I think was probably only a few minutes. Having cried to my heart's content in a corner of the park, I wiped my tears with my sleeve and said, I think I'll play catch with Oja-san. Shirayuki's eyes widened at my sudden words. Are you sure? Somehow, I feel surprisingly clear-headed. I can't remember the last time I felt like this. So I thought I'd decide while I'm still feeling this way. I see. In that case, this is just an idea. So it depends on Meguru-kun's feelings, okay? Marco-chan's dad told you to call him Papa, right? If you're not opposed to it, wouldn't calling him like that could be a way to bring you closer? Would that really be that effective? Yeah. How you address someone is really important, you know. It expresses closeness. And being called Papa or Mama can make you feel more responsible, right? When kids at the Children's Association call me Oni-san, I feel like I have to act like one. I see. I feel it might be like that when she puts it that way. Thanks. I'll think about it. Yeah. Suddenly, I realized something. I've been relying on Shirayuki a lot. She reached out to me until I got back on my feet and listened to all my concerns. So, I asked her, I need to thank Tanzawa too. Is there anything you want? No. It's okay. I don't need anything. That's the hardest response for me to deal with. Is that so? In that case, can I ask for one thing? What is it? Can you call me by my first name? I've been calling you Meguru-kun to match Marco-chan, but you've been calling me by my last name, right? Are you fine with such a thing? It's not such a thing. Didn't I just say how you call someone is important? True. I cleared my throat once. Shirayuki, thank you for being there for me. As I said this, looking straight at her, Shirayuki blushed and averted her gaze. When you say something like that directly, it makes me kind of embarrassed. It's also quite complicated for me to hear that. All right. Shirayuki lightly slapped her cheeks and then stood up from the bench. Meguru-kun, leave it to me. I'll do my best to help you get along with Marco-chan's family. Looking at Shirayuki smiling against the backdrop of the crimson sky, I realized for the first time how cute that she is. She's kind, she's been my savior, she smiles at me, she cries with me, and she's been my support. And there's not even a hint of making me feel indebted, just pure goodwill in her actions. My heart started to race. I could feel the blood flowing to my fingertips in sync with my heartbeats. Just looking at her face, it seemed impossible to stay calm. But I want to keep looking, if possible. I'd like to watch her like this from a hidden spot without being noticed. Meguru-kun, what's wrong? With a curious expression on her face, Shirayuki blinks. No. I was just thinking how charming Shirayuki's smile is. Before I realize I had let slip that, Shirayuki's face turns bright red. Meguru-kun is way more charming than me. I'm smaller in many ways compared to Marco-chan, and I'm not as beautiful as Marco-chan either. No, someone like me. It's not someone like me. I mean, you're cool, smart, athletic, and more than anything. Even though you've been through so much pain, you face forward and can be grateful to so many people. You're kind. Unlike me, some like me. I'll say the same thing to you. Shirayuki is not someone like me. When she was told back what she had said to me, she must have realized that his modesty had gone too far. We both fall silent. Suddenly, Shirayuki laughed. We're being kind of silly, aren't we? Yeah. I don't know how Shirayuki feels, but I've realized the nature of this strange feeling. This feeling, it's probably called like this. First love. After getting off the monorail, Shirayuki and I walked from Shonan Enoshima Station towards the sea. During our walk, we reminisced about the strategy to get along with the Saikawa family that we had planned back in elementary school. It was a huge success. wasn't it? The catch-ball strategy. I honestly didn't expect it to go so well back then. Oji-san, no. After the catch-ball strategy, I started calling him Otter-san, to distinguish him from my biological father, whom I called Ta-san. I decided to add O in front. Was really happy when I suggested playing catch. Otter-san began inviting me to play catch almost every week, and thanks to that, we grew closer. But, Marco and Oba-san. No, I started calling her Miwako-san afterwards, right? Yeah. I remember you said she got mad when you called her Okara-san. Sorry for giving you weird advice. It's my responsibility since I agreed to it. After successfully calling Oji-san Otter-san, I tried calling Oba-san Okara-san as a next step, but it backfired. You have no right to call me Okara-san. In the end, I settled on calling her Miwako-san. It was the way that made her the least uncomfortable. Moreover, Marco, seeing Otter-san and me getting along, entered a rebellious phase. She was fine when Shirayuki was around, but towards me, she became even more merciless with her harsh words than before. As Otter-san and I grew closer, my relationship with Miwako-san and Marco worsened. Because of this, back in elementary school, I often consulted with Shirayuki about how we could all get along. Meguru-kun. Look. Shirayuki, walking ahead, beckoned to me. As we emerged from Sabana Street onto the intersection, the scenery suddenly opened up. The humid breeze gently caresses my cheeks. It's the sea. Shall we rest here? Okay. I saw a vision of a younger me and a younger Shirayuki, walking hand in hand. Dokun. Dokun. My heart beats intensely. I feel no pain in my brain. What flows through my body is a mix of exhilaration, tension, and a sense of longing. I have to remember, this memory isn't something to fear. On the contrary, it's something precious, shining like a gemstone. My instincts told me so. This way, as if recreating a memory from the past, Shirayuki takes my hand and gently pulls me, and we stopped at the stone staircase leading down to the sandy beach. This place. Ahead is the vast sea. To the right, diagonally, I can see Enoshima and the path leading to the island. Ah, that's right. Why had I forgotten such an important memory? I was sure I never wanted to forget it. Did you remember? Maybe she noticed the change in my eyes. Shirayuki asked cautiously. Yeah. I nodded firmly. What came to my mind was the day of our elementary school graduation. Marco-chan, Meguru-kun. Thank you for always being my friends. I'll keep in touch even after I move, so I'd be happy if we could hang out again. Just as we were about to enter middle school, Shirayuki suddenly had to move away. The reason was her parents' job. Shirayuki was on the verge of tears, indicating that she herself was in considerable distress, but perhaps Marco and I were more shocked than she was. Marco was at a loss for words. It had been about a year and a half since I was taken in by the Saikawa family. Being in the same class and living under the same roof as Marco, I knew well that Shirayuki was her only true friend. Saikawa-san is held in high esteem just because she's beautiful. I heard she turned down a Bakun from the soccer club. Who does she think she is? And she's smart too. It's so annoying. Marco was the type who was easily bad-mouthed. It's not that she didn't have allies, but her enemies were overwhelmingly more numerous. Shirayuki's presence would soften things a bit, but Marco inherently had qualities that were too sharp. A fierce personality, abundant talent, and a conspicuous appearance. Because of that, for better or for worse, most people end up having prejudices towards her. The only one who possessed an untainted sincerity was Shirayuki. And Marco, being wise enough to recognize this, fundamentally trusted only Shirayuki. I see. That's a shame. Very much so. For Marco to honestly express that's a shame and even add very much so was unbelievable. If it were anyone but Shirayuki, she would just glance dismissively and say something like, well, if over there it's a fun place, good for you. And I was so shaken that everything seemed to go dark before my eyes. No way. Shirayuki. I was able to recover, become close with Otter-san, and somehow manage with Marco, all thanks to Shirayuki. I owe her a mountain of gratitude. Despite such thoughts crossing my mind, my heart set aside all logical reasoning. I didn't want to be separated from Shirayuki, whom I deeply love, and was dominated by this feeling. Shirayuki. This is a lie, right? Something like this. I had so much fear that my legs were shaking. We were supposed to go to the same middle school and continue being together, the three of us. I'm sorry, Meguru-kun. I wished for that too. But Shirayuki, dropping her gaze to the ground, tightened her lips. That's it. Marco, what about Shirayuki staying at the Saikawa house? I can vacate my room, and I could just move to the storeroom or something. I'll do anything, even prostrate myself before Ota-san. You're being ridiculous. There's no way Papa and Mama would agree to that. She was right. I was just distraught and spouting nonsense. But I couldn't help but say it. Thank you, Meguru-kun, for thinking so much about me. We can still talk over the phone, and it's only a 2-hour train ride away, so we can make an effort to meet. Right now, I'm taken in by the Saikawa family, living off their support, yet struggling to fit in. But I've started to think about studying hard, training my body, and refining my mind, aiming to become someone who could stand proud before my deceased parents and little sister. And if I could become someone worthy of Shirayuki, then that would be the time to confess. If Shirayuki would accept. I was harboring such nonsense dreams. You never know when someone might be gone. I should have known that better than anyone else, and yet. Sorry, I ran away. Shirayuki will be gone. Unable to bear that reality, I felt like if I stayed any longer, I would take it out on them. Before I knew it, I found myself at the stone stairs of Yamashita Park. It's a place filled with memories where Shirayuki had listened to my problems and cried with me, and since then, we've often talked here. It seemed I had unconsciously come to a place deeply connected with my memories of Shirayuki. I'll no longer be able to consult to Shirayuki here anymore. Though I called it consulting, I truly loved talking with Shirayuki here. Our conversations never ran dry. The more we talked, the more I understood her kindness, and my feelings for her grew. It was such a happy time. I don't want to be apart. I don't want to say goodbye. But I was just a 6th grader taken in by relatives. Overwhelmingly powerless. Meguru-kun, I knew you'd be here. When I looked, there was Shirayuki, sweating on her forehead. I chased after you right away, but you ran so fast, I lost sight of you in no time. Shirayuki, how did you know? It's been about a year since I started helping Meguru-kun with his problems. Maybe I've come to understand Meguru-kun a bit. Just kidding. It was actually just a coincidence. Hey. Just looking at Shirayuki scratching her cheek shyly makes my heart tighten. I want to be by Shirayuki's side. I want to see her smile forever. If Shirayuki met an attractive man in a place unknown to me and was drawn to him, just thinking about it's painful. So painful it felt like I could vomit. Maybe then, it'd be better to run away from everything now. Shirayuki. I reached out and grabbed Shirayuki's hand standing in front of me. Meguru-kun. WHWH, what's wrong? Without saying anything. Come with me, as far as we can go. Perhaps it was my earnest expression that made her react. Shirayuki widened her eyes, her face flushed as she averted her gaze, twisted her skirt, and after nearly 10 seconds of silence, she murmured, "Okay, take me with you." We didn't have much money, but with a feeling of wanting to go as far as possible, we boarded a train. I held onto Shirayuki's hand the entire time. I felt that if I let go now, Shirayuki might go somewhere far away. Without minding the sweat or causing her pain, firmly yet gently, we were silently swayed by the train. As the sun set, we got off the train, walked, and walked. The place we arrived at was in Oshima. Shall we rest here? Okay. That was the first conversation we had since getting on the train. We sat down on the steps, just listening to the sound of the waves. It was March, so naturally, there were no swimmers, just a few people enjoying the view. What do we do now? We had come this far on impulse, but fatigue was beginning to take over. Our plan was truly unplanned and I could see it falling apart in no time. Yet, I couldn't bear to stay put. Despite having no home to return to, no blood relatives waiting for me, I'm wandering aimlessly. Shirayuki, I saw a manga cafe sign earlier, so how about we go there tonight? Okay, if that's what Meguru-kun wants. When I reached out my hand, Shirayuki nodded and grabbed it. However, exclamation mark. She winced as she tried to stand up. I quickly realized the problem was with her foot. When I knelt down and gently took off Shirayuki's shoe, I saw her heel was soaked in blood. Ahaha, it's nothing. I just scraped it a little. What do you mean a little? You've been enduring this much pain until it got this bad. I was happy. That Meguru-kun took my hand and led me away. Shirayuki pulled back her foot that I was holding and covered the wound with a handkerchief. I don't have courage, so I could only do what my father and mother said, but in reality, I don't want to move. I wanted to go to the same middle school as Meguru-kun and the Mako-chan. Shirayuki. Until we got here, it felt like I was in a dream. I didn't feel any pain at all. Really, I felt like I could go anywhere like this. It felt like I was dreaming too. Without saying anything, it felt like everything was understood between us. It wasn't just my illusion. Shirayuki, I'll become stronger. No matter how dreamy-like the time. If it continued, Shirayuki's foot would only get more hurt. That was something I absolutely couldn't allow. I'll try harder to get along with Mako on my own. And with Miwako-san too. Meguru-kun. Of course, I'll work on studying and sports. And even earning money. I'll become capable of anything. So, this is selfish of me, but could you wait for me until then? Shirayuki swallowed her breath and covered her mouth with both hands. I'll definitely come for you, and then, let's hold hands like this again, and come to this sea. Is that okay? Tears spill from Shirayuki's large eyes. They trailed down her hands covering her mouth, sliding from the back of her hands to her elbows, and then falling to the ground. Shirayuki, as if making up her mind, wiped her tears with her sleeve and placed both hands on her chest. It was a gesture like making a vow. Yes, I'd be happy to. Shirayuki was by my side now. Shirayuki and I were once again in the place where about 3 years ago we had tried to escape as much as possible, but had to give up due to lack of strength. I remember now. Shirayuki, sitting next to me, suddenly looked up, her eyes moistening. I'm really an idiot. How could I have forgotten such an important memory until coming here? Even if Shirayuki forgives me, I'm so frustrated I can't forgive myself. Meguru-kun, you don't need to blame yourself so much. Shirayuki must have been worried until we got here, wondering if I would remember. It was supposed to be a journey of memories, but we couldn't even talk about it. She must have felt sad, realizing that she was the only one who remembered. But right now, I was overwhelmed by anger and at the same time, a strong emotion that overshadowed it. Even though I lost my memory, the fact that Shirayuki is here with me, and as my girlfriend, makes me incredibly happy. Meguru-kun. In the memories I recalled, both Shirayuki and I were young. Even though we wanted to be lovers, to be together, we were too weak. But now, as high school students, even though I had lost my memories, the fact that Shirayuki is my girlfriend remains. In the memories I couldn't recall, I must have done something right to be connected with Shirayuki. I mean, isn't it like a miracle? I've always loved you, desperately wanted to be by your side, but we couldn't be together. And then, before I knew it, you were by my side as my lover. I'm so fortunate it's almost scary. The Shirayuki from 3 years ago and the Shirayuki from now, the two images of her, merge into one. The grown-up Shirayuki retained the semblance of her past self but became even more adorable. And yet, her greatest charm, the gentle aura that soothes anyone who sees her, hasn't changed at all. This is a miracle. I felt happy just by looking at her smile. Thank you, Shirayuki, for being by my side. I'm so happy. Shirayuki smiled like a blooming flower and hugged me. I wrapped my arms around her slender waist, embracing her delicate body. There's still a lot I can't remember, but this much I can say clearly. My first love was Shirayuki. I've always loved you. Yeah, me too. Me too. I've always loved Meguru-kun. And of course, I still do. Shirayuki stepped back from my chest and looked up at me with feverish eyes. Her cheeks are flushed. her eyes moist. She was so adorable it felt like I could be drawn into her gaze. Shirayuki tiptoed and closed her eyes. I understand that meaning. Two shadows become one. It was hard to tell if it was long or short, but when our lips parted, both of us let out a warm breath involuntarily. I want to be led by Meguru-kun's hand and go anywhere. I shook my head from side to side. There's no need to rush. We're just getting started. It's fine to take it step by step. Yeah. On the way there, we hadn't held hands. But on the way back, we kept holding hands the entire time. 3 years ago, our reckless escape ended abruptly due to Shirayuki's injury. The time that had stopped for us then, has now started moving again. The fact that we're holding hands is proof of that. There's no need to run away anywhere now. We're no longer little kids in elementary school. By joining forces with Shirayuki, I can overcome any hardship. That's how I felt. Chapter 4. Where did hell begin? I wonder. There was something I had to do once I recalled my elementary school memories and became aware of my feelings for Shirayuki once again. It's that I have to tell Marco that I will move forward with Shirayuki as lovers. I still don't understand why Marco keeps saying true lover. At least in my memories up until elementary school, there wasn't even a fragment of anything that would suggest that, which again brought up the possibility in my mind that Marco is lying. However, it's difficult to determine if she is lying because I don't know what Marco would gain from it. Rather, if Shirayuki found out, it's certain that Shirayuki will be hurt. So it seems like there are more demerits for Marco who values her relationship with Shirayuki. With my memories after middle school unclear, it's a difficult situation to rashly conclude that Marco is lying. But I'm Shirayuki's lover. Shirayuki is my first love, and I'm so happy to be connected with her now that it feels like a miracle. That's why, even if I didn't have the memories in between, I didn't want to do things half-heartedly. Given the circumstances, I want to take time to talk without haste. With that in mind, I was waiting for the right timing. On that Monday morning, when I came back from the restroom, Jinta was rummaging through my notebook. Oh, as expected of Meguru-sensei. You're well prepared as always. Let me copy your English translation. Oi, Jinta. What are you doing without permission? If you want to copy, pay up properly. TCH. You remembered that part, huh? Jinta reluctantly hands over a 100 yen coin. I quickly put the money in my wallet. Of course I do. You're as strict as ever when it comes to money. Money can be both power and freedom. It may be an extreme argument, but on the day of my elementary school graduation ceremony when I ran away with Shirayuki, if I had a bank card with 100 million yen in savings, we wouldn't have had to return. Money is important. Even if it's just 1 yen. That was imprinted in my brain. More importantly, do your own preparation properly. You have more free time than me, right? You won't learn anything if you don't study. Buying my notebook first thing in the morning and copying it is just a superficial fix. The results will show properly on the tests. Well, you see, Mayoshi suddenly started a live stream. You have plenty of free time then. I didn't go to the office yesterday, but instead I was cleaning, doing laundry, making dinner, and even preparing answers for Marco's interview article. I'm jealous you get to do Marco-sama's laundry. Wait, you were the one writing the answers for the interview article? I don't know about before, but at least this time I'm writing them. What? Then, the recent hobby she started making silver accessories that was written before, could it be? That's completely made up. She hates fiddling with that kind of stuff. If there's anything Marco claims to have made herself and released, the twist is probably that I actually made it. No way. I just bought a whole set of tools for making silver accessories the other day, thinking I could use it as a conversation topic. My condolences. You idiot Jinta. Don't make a fuss over stupid things in the morning. A powerful retort landed on Jinta's head. Shining glasses. It was Ritsuka. Good morning, Kanto. Thanks for the timely retort. Oh, morning Kozai. You didn't come with Shirayuki? I invited her yesterday, but she turned me down. We confirmed our feelings on Saturday and I spent Sunday taking care of chores. So I really wanted to come together today. But, I looked at the hallway for a moment. I thought I saw Shirayuki's face. What's up, Meguru? Did you see Marco-sama? No, if it were Marco, I'd pretend not to see her, but I thought I saw Shirayuki. You're casually harsh to Marco-sama, you know. That's just how it is. Shirayuki, huh? As if sensing something, Kanta quietly approaches the hallway. Then, as she walked out into the hallway, she called out, Shirayuki, what are you doing here? AWR, Ritsuka-chan. I could only hear Shirayuki's voice from behind the entrance. Seems like I wasn't mistaken when I thought I saw her face earlier. Could you pretend I wasn't here to Meguru-kun? I don't think that's possible. I'm pretty sure he can hear your voice now too. No way. Did I do something bad? If anything, I thought we got closer on Saturday. And her text replies yesterday seemed really positive too. Meguru, what did you do to Tanzawa-chan? Something erotic? Why does your brain always connect things to erotic stuff first? Ow ow ow, it was a joke. I lightly hit him with an iron claw, but it seems I put in more force than intended. When I let go, Jinta looked genuinely relieved. Since it didn't seem like Shirayuki was going to come into the classroom anytime soon, I decided to go check on her myself, leaving behind the idiot Jinta. Kantu, what's up with Shirayuki? She's getting all embarrassed for some reason. I looked down to the right in the hallway and saw Shirayuki crouching. Kantu is trying to pull her up by the hand. She was probably trying to drag her into the classroom. Shirayuki is crouching down to resist that. It seems to be the situation. As I observed Shirayuki like that, she peeked up at me through the gaps in her hands. Wah! But the moment our eyes met, she hid her face again as if shutting herself into her shell. Shirayuki, did I do something bad to you? That's not it. Then what is it? I just can't look at your face right now. Sorry, but I don't really get the situation. Foo foo foo. The one snickering meaningfully was Kantu. She swayed her distinctive braids and secretly circled behind Shirayuki, suddenly tickling her waist. Ah ha ha ha. There is no avoiding this surprise attack. Caught completely off guard, Shirayuki writhed and stood up. And then our eyes met head-on. Morning. Shirayuki, who had frozen up, started turning incredibly red. Wawa. As if trying to hide her face, Shirayuki thrust out her hands and started flailing them around at head level. Oi, Kozai, did you do something to Shirayuki? Kanto asked. No. Honestly, I can't think of anything. I thought we confirmed our feelings on Saturday and became true lovers, but... Kanto and Shirayuki's movements stopped. Their expressions were polar opposites. Kanto furrowed her brow while Shirayuki went all limp. What did you? Why, you bastard. You finally laid your hands on my Shirayuki. Kanto grabs my shirt collar. Meanwhile, Shirayuki is completely out of it. True lovers. Shirayuki, a little help here? I can't shove Kanto away with brute force like I did with Jinta. So the only one I could rely on was Shirayuki. Okay. Stop it, Ritsuka-chan. Shirayuki, let go. I can't forgive this guy. Oi, Ritsuka. What are you doing? Seeing the commotion, Jinta came to help and we finally managed to get Kanto off of me. Guru. Kanto still looked ferocious, but with Shirayuki standing in the way, she couldn't pounce. I overheard a bit, but how far did you go? Jinta nudges me with his elbow. Nothing much. Don't give me nothing much. Spill it. When I looked at Shirayuki, she glanced at me out of the corner of her eye too. Shirayuki's cheeks get redder and redder. Then she averted her gaze and lightly touched her soft lips. I see, Shirayuki is embarrassed about kissing me, so she turned down coming to school together today. I think I'm pretty tense when it comes to these things. The fact that even I understood meant Jinta and Kanto seemed to grasp the situation too. I see. So that's how it is. The childhood friends duo nodded at each other and cracked their knuckles. Let's do this, Ritsuka. Yeah, Jinta. You two sure get along well. When I retorted, Kanto blushed and smacked Jinta on the head. It's not like that. Why are you hitting me? I thought these two should just get together already. But I restrained myself since Kanto would probably kill me if I said it. After school, I was checking my smartphone at my desk when Jinta, who had finished cleaning, spoke to me. It's rare to see you taking it easy after school. As Jinta said, I don't often stay in the classroom after school. I'm usually stopping by the office with Marco, and if not, I have housework piling up. You're not going to the office today? I plan to, but the meeting time is 2 hours later than usual. 2 hours? If you're free, let's hit the arcade for once. Not a bad suggestion, but Marco said she wants to go to karaoke with this free time. Karaoke with Marco-sama? Yeah, the three of us, including Shirayuki. I'm waiting for Marco now. She has some business in the faculty room, apparently. I wanna go too. I had a feeling he'd say that. I want to hear Marco-sama's singing voice. Well, it depends on what Marco says. I'll ask her myself. Didn't you say before you didn't have the confidence to talk to her? I mean, it's presumptuous of me, but I want to hear her sing, and I'm confident in my own singing, so maybe I can appeal to her. What trouble? This is a bad development. I can see Shirayuki and Kanto out of the corner of my eye, and Kanto's expression has clearly turned grim. Shirayuki seems to have noticed the situation isn't good either. She has a strained smile. I wish Jinta would notice it himself, since the same pattern has happened before. But, look, Jinta, you need to be more aware of your surroundings. Surroundings? Like Marco-sama is already here or something? No, that's not it. Why can't Jinta realize it? No matter how you look at it, Kanto has feelings for Jinta. You idiot Jinta. Before I could make an effective move, Kanto came. Now things are bound to get rowdy. Ow, what the hell, Ritsuka, don't hit my head with your bag. That's 'cause you're saying stupid things. How is it stupid? There's no way Sayakawa-san would give you the time of day. That might be true, but you don't know that for sure. Shirayuki comes up next to me and whispers. Here they go again. Isn't there anything we can do? It's hard since it's not really anyone's fault. That's right. It's not wrong for Kanto to be attracted to Jinta. It's not wrong for Jinta to be attracted to Marco either. It's not wrong for anyone to like whoever they like, but in reality, that's what causes fights to break out. As Shirayuki and I were observing the situation, a voice called out from behind us. What are you guys doing? The class makes noise. That's how I knew who was there. Marco. Marco-chan. Marco-sama. Jinta turned around and approached her with incredible vigor. Marco-sama. I'm Hikota Jinta. You're friends with Meguru, right? I know because your name comes up in our conversations sometimes. I'm so happy you know my name. I see. Market whirls a curled strand of hair around her index finger. This is a habit that shows she's not interested. You're going to karaoke with Meguru and Tanzawa-chan today, right? If it's okay, please let me come along too. Marco stared at Jinta, who was bowing deeply, with a cold gaze. Then she lets out an obvious sigh and mutters, sorry, but, then, can I come along too? As if to cut off Marco's words, Kanto interjected. Hey, Sayakawa-san, it's fine, right? You are, Kanto Ritsuka. I'm Shirayuki's best friend. Kanto hugged Shirayuki as if showing off. Oh, could it be that Sayakawa-san, even though you're close with Shirayuki, you didn't know I was her best friend? How unexpected. This isn't good. Marco and Kanto sparks are flying between the two. Marco basically only has Shirayuki as a friend. She has superficial friends, but the only one she can call a close friend is Shirayuki. Kanto probably knows that. And knowing that, she deliberately used the word best friend to provoke her. The reason Kanto has hostility towards Marco is probably because Jinta likes Marco. Marco likely has zero interest in Jinta. That in itself shouldn't be a bad development for Kanto. But she probably got ticked off seeing the guy she likes being treated dismissively right in front of her. Marco wasn't dense enough to not notice Kanto's sarcasm. Oh, is that so? But I'm sorry. Today's karaoke is only for childhood friends from elementary school. Could you please not interfere? You don't really need to be so particular about childhood friends, you know? If you do that, it doesn't seem like you'll make any new friends. Saying it doesn't seem like she'll make new friends is quite a stinging remark. Marco's eyes sharpened as she looked at Kanto's face. then shifted her gaze to Jinta. Should I return those exact words right back at you? Then she chuckles. Jinta had a question mark face, but everyone else probably fully understood the meaning behind this blatant action. Marco must know that Kanto and Jinta are childhood friends, since either Shirayuki or I had probably mentioned it before. On top of that, she saw through Kanto's feelings for Jinta and mocked her, saying you seem to like your childhood friend. But what's up with that? Hey, Sayakawa-san. Saying stuff like that. Stuff like what? I wonder. I won't understand unless you say it clearly. Enough with playing dumb. I don't want to hear that from someone like you, though. Oh my. How awful of you to say. Shirayuki, maybe it would be better for you to choose your friends more carefully, you know? That's my line. You know, to your father. In that instant, the air froze. Shirayuki's eyes widen, and Kanto covers her mouth with her hand as if she had slipped up. Exclamation mark. How dare you say that? Marco explodes with rage. Seeing that my brain throbbed with a sharp pain. Countless fragments of memories jumble together, forcibly pulling out a single scene. What I saw was Marco crying. These weren't tears of sadness. They were tears that overflowed from the unbearable anger she held. You stole everything precious to me. If you hadn't come, Papa would only have eyes for me. Papa and Mama wouldn't have fought this much. Shirayuki was my only ally. What is this memory? Does Marco hold a grudge against me? The back of my head creaks in time with my throbbing heartbeat. I can understand the gist of it. Because I came to the Sayakawa family, Marco's relationship with her father worsened, and things became strained between her father and Miwako-san. Shirayuki was no longer Marco's alone. When is this memory from? The current me doesn't have a relationship with Marco that's deteriorated to the point of receiving such abuse from her. On the contrary, she even refers to herself as my true lover. Even though our relationship was this broken, Marco and I became true lovers? I don't know. But there's one thing that catches my attention. It's why Kanto brought up the word father. Marco, the father Kanto mentioned. Is that about Ota-san? Exclamation mark. Marco showing a strong reaction was the unexpected part. You, calling Papa, Ota-san. I see, when we talked about Ota-san before, I still called him Oja-san. Oja-san, I finally got it now. The first time I asked Marco about the father from the Sayakawa family, Marco immediately understood that I had lost my memories. It's only natural. I originally called him Ota-san. Moreover, there was the catch-ball strategy that led to me calling him Ota-san, and the backlash from Marco and Miwako-san that followed. I didn't use the name that was closely tied to all these events. It was enough evidence to understand that I had lost my memories. You said Ota-san was far away, but why does it seem like Kanto knows about him? When I touched Marco's shoulder, she slapped my hand away. You're so noisy. Just shut up. Then she glares at Kanto with that same momentum. If you hadn't said unnecessary things. That's my line, you know. The situation was on the verge of exploding. Thinking it was dangerous, Jinta and I exchanged glances and nodded at each other. If it comes to this, it's better to separate the two by force. Just as I thought that and tried to approach. Stop it. A shout that feels like waking up. The one who stepped in between them was Shirayuki. The people remaining in the classroom were focused on Marco and Kanto's fight. But since it was rare for Shirayuki to raise her voice, a great disturbance spread. Marco-chan, Ritsuka-chan, stop fighting any more than this. In a calm but anger-tinged voice, Shirayuki admonishes them. First, Marco-chan. What? I understand that Marco-chan has no interest in Hikoto-kun, okay? But that was really rude. I don't think that's good. Wait. She has zero interest in me? This is a chance to calm the situation. I immediately decided to support Shirayuki. To be honest, it's not just that she has no interest in you, she probably even wants you to stay away from her. That's harsh. Did I do her something bad? No, Marco is like that with most people. Rather than you doing her something bad, if you want to talk to her, be careful and act cautiously with that understanding. When you put it that way. That's right. It's not just Jinta that Marco is cold to. It's most guys. These words were meant more for Kanta to calm down than for Jinta. Shirayuki seemed satisfied with my follow-up, smiled at me once, then looked up at Marco with a sharp gaze. Marco-chan, Ritsuka-chan got angry and said mean things because she's childhood friends with Hikoto-kun. Even Marco-chan would get mad if someone did something mean to me or Meguru-kun, right? Well, it's the same thing. So apologize to Hikoto-kun and Ritsuka-chan. Marco is completely being held down. When they clash like this, most people would think the strong-willed Marco would win. But that's not actually the case. Shirayuki has been overwhelmingly stronger since elementary school. The reason is clear. It's because Shirayuki is more mature and logical. Even now, Marco's treatment of Jinta was way too harsh. If she were a bit more mature, she could have at least pretended superficially and let it go. That's why she can't win against Shirayuki's logical argument. Marco also knows that Shirayuki won't be fooled by empty words. Marco visibly faltered, and after a bit of hesitation, she bowed her head. I am sorry, I was rude. Jinta and Kanto are wide-eyed. They probably never imagined the proud Marco would do something like this. I was starting to remember. Shirayuki is Marco's external conscience circuit. Marco tends to be isolated, but when Shirayuki is around, she regains her conscience. That's why in elementary school, when Marco was with Shirayuki, many people would gather around her and she seemed happy. Conversely, after entering middle school and Shirayuki moved away, she became lonely. Meguru-kun already said it to Hikoto-kun earlier, so that's fine. But Ritsuka-chan, me? Yeah. Ritsuka-chan went too far too. Now that Marco-chan has apologized, you apologized too, Ritsuka-chan. Well, that's true. Since Marco has apologized properly, it seems like Kanta too has subsided her anger. I'm sorry. I went too far as well. Judging from Marco's gaze towards Kanto, I can tell she doesn't really like her. The two of them probably don't have a good affinity. But with Shirayuki here, things stopped getting worse. Okay, with this, the fight is over. In the end, Shirayuki wrapped things up with a beaming smile. This sun-like charm was something neither Marco nor I had. In the end, under Shirayuki's lead, the five of us, Marco, Jinta, Kanto, and me, went to karaoke together. Really, I'm no match for Shirayuki, Marco muttered beside me while Jinta was singing. You really aren't. Eh? Did you say something about me? Shirayuki leans in close to Marco. Marco places her hand on Shirayuki's head and strokes it. It's nothing. It was a gesture like an older sister comforting her younger sister. Marco's eyes have none of the sharpness of her usual selfish Oju-sama self, and are very gentle. I could see Jinta and Kanto looking surprised at Marco's expression. Maybe Marco wanted to be like Shirayuki. Marco and Shirayuki are complete opposites, but somewhere in her heart, Marco might have the desire to live kindly and straightforwardly like the sun. I felt it that way. However, even without such speculation, there is one thing that has been clear for a long time. Marco really likes Shirayuki. There are still many gaps in my memory, especially my middle school years, which are completely missing. I can't remember at all what kind of school life Marco and I had after Shirayuki transferred. There are also countless mysteries, like what triggered Marco and I to become true lovers, why I'm dating Shirayuki despite that, and whether the traffic accident that caused my amnesia in the first place was really a coincidence. Based on the trend so far, the triggers for remembering seem to simply be going to places from my memories or having conversations about the memories I'm missing. For example, I remembered the traffic accident because Shirayuki talked about my real family, or I remembered about running away when I went to Enoshima. I'm causing a lot of trouble for Shirayuki, aren't I? After confessing to Shirayuki, I've been trying to find time for the two of us to be alone together. With housework and being Marco's manager, it's hard to get a lot of time, but we walk home together on days like today when Marco has something to do. That's not true at all, but there's still a lot I can't remember. I'll say it as many times as it takes. You don't need to rush, Meguru-kun. Just being able to be with you like this makes me really happy." As if to emphasize her happiness, Shirayuki squeezes my hand that she's holding. Shirayuki and I were sitting on the stone steps of Yamashita Park, where I first became aware of my feelings for her, holding hands. "Thanks. It makes me happy too." "Yeah." Shirayuki leans against me. Her head rests on my shoulder, and we gaze at the sunset from the same viewpoint. The scent of the tide stimulates my nasal cavity. Amidst the sky and sea dyed in madder red, the sound of a ship's whistle echoes, tugging at my heart. Being able to see a beautiful view together with the person I love, just that alone was enough to make me so happy I could cry. "We need to properly tell Marco about us." "Yeah, you're right. I'll talk to her first. And then Meguru-kun can do it after, okay?" "Sure." I have no doubt that Shirayuki and Marco are best friends, but they must have their own way of communicating, so I'll leave it to Shirayuki. The moment I decided that, a question I've been harboring recently slipped out. "Do you think Marco hates me?" "Eh? Why?" "The other day, I remembered her saying something that made it seem like our relationship was completely broken." The memory I recalled when Marco exploded with rage. "You stole everything precious to me. If you hadn't come, Papa would only have eyes for me. Papa and Mama wouldn't have fought this much." Shirayuki was my only ally. No matter how many times I think about it, it's strange that she becomes my true lover after telling me something like that. Just looking at the words, it's a mass of hatred. I can believe she resents me, but I can't possibly think she loves me. I only know that something terrible happened to Meguru-kun and the Marco-chan during middle school when I had transferred. Is that so? But I only know the outcome. I don't know with what kind of feelings or how you two arrived at that outcome. Shirayuki, did you not ask Marco about that time? I couldn't ask. It was too frightening. Frightening? If even Shirayuki can't ask, then who can? Memories that terrifying are probably sleeping inside me. A chill ran down my spine. It's okay, Meguru-kun. I will always, no matter what, be on Meguru-kun's side. Was I shaking? Shirayuki stroked my knee with her free hand. Marco-chan likes Meguru-kun, you know. Really? And she likes me too. And I like both Meguru-kun and the Marco-chan. A happy ending, huh? That's right. It's because I want a happy ending that we need to talk properly. I can't see Shirayuki's true intentions, but even without hearing the details, I can feel her sincerity. My heart became filled with a single thought. I like you, Shirayuki. You like you too. A blissful moment. I can be certain. It doesn't matter if Marco says she is my true lover. I love Shirayuki. That's why I want to protect this time we have. That's what I thought. Section. The opportunity for me to tell Marco about my relationship with Shirayuki came a few days later. The day before, I received a message from Shirayuki saying she had explained things to Marco. When I checked her schedules to see when I could talk to her as well, it turned out Marco had no modeling work that day, and she and I would be having dinner at home together for the first time in a while. So I thought it was perfect timing to get on Marco's good side. I prepared a salad using plenty of cilantro, her favorite, and made vongole bianco as the main dish. However, since Marco restricts her carb intake, I made it with a small amount of pasta and mainly clams. Taking that into consideration, as for me, I don't restrict my food intake, and my training journal revealed that I used to work out quite a bit, so I've decided to eat without holding back. Really? You eat a lot as always. I eat more at home than when I eat out. When eating out, I judge that there's no need to deliberately order a large portion, and I think it's fine even if I don't get completely full. In contrast, at home, the effort to make 2 or 3 portions isn't that different, so I've decided to make a bit extra. Is that enough for you? She's basically only eating vegetables. She eats meat with little fat, and fish and shellfish, but hardly any rice or wheat. From my perspective, she seems like a rabbit. Idiot. Of course it's not enough. It's just that even if other people allow my beauty to decline, I won't allow it myself. That's all. It's a bit different from being hard on herself. Marco takes great pride in her beauty. Well, thanks to that, she's succeeded as a model. And this meal was bought with money Marco earned, so I won't complain. I have something to talk to you about after dinner. Huh? What's the point of trying to win me over now? Don't tell me. Marco covered her chest with her hand. While I was making dinner, Marco finished taking a bath, so she's in a rather unguarded state. But covering her chest now of all times is truly too late. You monster of sexual desire. I thought you were all dried up, but come to think of it, you are technically a high school boy. Okay, I get it, I get it. I'll let you kiss my feet, so be satisfied with that. Didn't you say we were true lovers? Just from this conversation, the possibility that Marco is lying about her being my true lover has greatly increased in my mind. As I stared at her with a suspicious look, Marco kicked me under the table with a nonchalant face. The form of modern love is broad, you know. Jumping to conclusions only exposes your narrow-mindedness. So refrain from doing so. Isn't you calling me a monster of sexual desire a prejudice? That's not a prejudice. It should be called keen insight. I sighed. I don't think I can win against Marco's sophistry. Can we talk? I'll humor you for a bit. First finish with the washing of the dishes. Got it. Marco finished eating before me and started fiddling with her smartphone. Glancing at her, I scarfed down my food, quickly washed the dishes, and put them away. When I sat down across from Marco, she gently placed her smartphone on the table. I know what you want to talk about. Marco's gaze is turned completely away, just like when she was looking at her smartphone. It's about Shirayuki, right? Yeah. You sure did know it. Since Shirayuki said she talked to her yesterday, Marco seems to have caught on immediately. I heard you went to Enoshima, the place of your memories. Again. And your memories related to that have returned. Am I right? Yeah. Congratulations on getting back together. Well, you were originally dating, but you had forgotten, right? Marco lightly clapped her hands. On the surface, she's congratulating us, but her tone is dripping with sarcasm. It's as if she's mocking me. Why are you saying it like that? Aren't you and Shirayuki best friends? Yes, we're best friends. That's why I feel sorry for her dating a guy like you. Did you say that to Shirayuki too? Are you an idiot? Of course I wouldn't say that. I properly congratulated her. I sighed. Look, don't say things that cause misunderstandings like that. What misunderstanding? I know you're Shirayuki's best friend, but your words and actions are too contradictory. I was just teasing you a bit. That. I looked Marco straight in the eye. However, Marco doesn't meet my gaze. I don't know how serious you are and how much is a joke. Judge it however you like. I can't do that because you say you're my true lover. It's not something I can brush off as a joke. Ah, I see. So, if you're seriously saying you're my true lover, from my sensibilities, you're betraying your friendship with Shirayuki. No, if I say that, then I'm also betraying Shirayuki right now I guess. Yes, this is what I wanted to talk about today. I like Shirayuki. I stated it clearly, so that there could be no room for ambiguity. I know, she was my first love. I can only remember up to elementary school, but I'm certain that even after entering middle school and Shirayuki transferring, I always liked Shirayuki. I know that too. Even now, having lost my memories, it feels like a miracle that Shirayuki is by my side. And as my girlfriend, I want to properly face Shirayuki without any dark secrets. So I'm a dark secret. If you have a lover but also have a true lover behind the scenes, of course it's a dark secret. I can't remember why it turned out this way, but it's not a normal relationship. You and I have never had a normal relationship. That might be true, but I want to cherish Shirayuki. I don't want to do anything that would cloud Shirayuki's smile. So, I know. Marco slammed the table and stood up with a bang. For the first time since I started talking about Shirayuki, Marco looks at me. Her eyes are burning with hatred. You're so annoyingly noisy. I'm telling you I know. So get it the first time. There's no way I can understand. I still have a lot of memories I haven't regained. If you don't understand, at least shut up. I can't do that. You're still nitpicking the little things. You're such a noisy guy. If you're fed up with me, just say so. Are you an idiot? You don't understand. You really don't understand. What thoughts are going through Marco's mind right now? Her anger rapidly deflates. And she looks like she might cry. Marco sat down in her chair, still looking in the opposite direction. Her profile looks terribly exhausted. Nevertheless, it contains a fierceness, and the flickering light of life colors Marco, giving off a beauty that shines even more brilliantly than before. Hell, eh? I wonder where it started, Marco. When you were taken in. When Shirayuki moved away. Or, a single tear spilled from Marco's eye. Is this place right now the real entrance to hell? I was at a loss for words. As Marco left, she said, "You can just ignore what I say and do as you please. My feelings for Shirayuki haven't changed. So I intend to be aware of myself as Shirayuki's boyfriend and act accordingly. However, that doesn't mean I can completely ignore Marco either. What should I do? Do the memories I can't recall hold the key? If so, I suppose I have to remember. Now that Shirayuki and I have officially become lovers, the peaceful time of amnesia is no longer allowed. If you can't remember right away, it's probably because the time hasn't come yet. Is there such a thing? Who knows? But I kind of understand what it means." "What does it mean?" "It means you're not mentally prepared. Maybe the time Marco was talking about is approaching." That's all I thought at the time. But the next day, a single reunion made it clear that the time limit had arrived. "Yeah, Meguru-kun, long time no see." In front of my house in the evening, I was called out to by a frivolous-looking man with a thin beard. He's around 30 years old, I guess. He seemed like a proactive person. Excuse me. Who are you?" "Eh? It's me, Koz Tasiku." Wait. Did you forget?" Actually, I have amnesia from an accident, so that's probably why." Koz-san showed such an exaggerated surprise that seemed deliberate. "Why, you're not joking, right?" "Yes, it's true." "Should I bring someone who knows the situation? Marco will probably be back in about 30 minutes. That seriousness, you're definitely Meguru-kun." Meguru-kun wouldn't make this kind of joke. "So that's why there was no reply at all when I contacted your smartphone." "My smartphone seems to have been broken in the accident. I'm using a new one." But amnesia from an accident. Is your body okay?" "Yes, I still can't remember much after middle school, but my body is healthy." "If you're healthy, that's what matters most. Don't worry, you'll gradually regain your memories." "I know a bit about your middle school days too. From the way he talks, it seems Koz-san is someone I met during middle school." But I wonder if it's okay for me to chatter on?" The doctor said to take it slow and remember little by little while seeing how it goes. But it seems there are also some memories he's wary of. So right now there are various things I want to ask, but can we do it another time? After I consult with the doctor? Of course, I don't mind. Let's exchange contact info for now." "Right." After quickly exchanging contact information, I asked, "Come to think of it, why did you come to see me today? Do you have some business?" "No, I simply couldn't get in touch with you. We used to contact each other about once a week before, and you're the meticulous type who always replies the same day without fail. But when there was no reply for over a month, I got worried. I had some free time, so I came to see you." "I thought you had probably broken your smartphone, but I definitely didn't expect the amnesia thing." "Even I'm a bit surprised by the amnesia. The way you say that so matter-of-factly is just like you." Koz-san laughs heartily, giving a really good impression. At first I thought he seemed frivolous based on his appearance, but listening to his familiar way of speaking, I'm starting to understand he's a friendly person. Given that we contacted each other about once a week, I probably liked this person. As I was thinking that, Marco appeared, holding shopping bags in both hands. "Marco and I went to the office today and were together until the station, but she said she wanted to go look at new clothing items, so I came home first by myself." "Yeah, Marco-chan, long time no see. Beautiful as always." "Even I've heard about how well you're doing as a model. Thanks for that." They seem to be acquaintances, but Marco has a surly look on her face. "Marco-chan has disliked me for a long time." Koz-san whispers to me. It was so Marco-like that it made me sigh. Well, Marco tends to view the majority of people as enemies. Yeah, well, I know. So it's fine. In my line of work, I don't let that bother me. Line of work? You too. What are you whispering about? Marco approaches with a demonic look on her face. As I was worrying about how to deal with her, Koz-san muttered from beside me. I'm a freelance journalist. It was this job that led me to meet you too. I felt like the world spun around. A journalist. Someone who interviews people and writes articles. Did something happen in my life that would be article worthy? Is that about my family? Yeah, well, sort of. Hey, Meguru-kun. Your face is pale. Ah, no. My heart was pounding violently. My heart is pleading. Don't remember. My mind is pleading. You have to remember. Amidst the conflicting commands clashing in my brain, I chose to move forward. More importantly, Koz-san, you said an article about my family, so like about the culprit of the traffic accident where my dad and the others died. Traffic accident? No, no, it's not about your real family. So then, it's about Otta-san from the Saikawa and Miwako-san. Is Koz-san involved in the mystery surrounding Otta-san and Miwako-san? Did something happen that would be article-worthy? Is this also connected to Marco saying she's my true lover? I don't know, but it's scary. It's scary. But I have to know. My vision is spinning. I can't stand it anymore. Meguru-kun. Feeling their voices as something distant, my consciousness faded. Chapter 5. Once again. Kiss me behind that girl's back. A dream? No. This is the depths of my consciousness. It feels like I'm swimming in a sea of my mind. What happened to me after I met Koz-san in lost consciousness? Various images flow around me. These are fragments of memories. Judging from my appearance, it seems to be from around middle school. You mustn't remember from here on. I felt like I heard a voice saying so. But if I don't remember, I can't truly be united with Shirayuki. So I thought I had to face my memories, no matter how painful they may be. I reach out to the memories and touch them. And then, what came back to me were memories of sin, far too heavy and painful. Marco and I went to the same middle school. Shirayuki moving away had a big impact on both me and Marco. Otta-san, I'm thinking of joining the kendo club. I brought that up at the dinner table soon after entering middle school. Kendo? Meguru, were you interested in kendo? I want to train my body. Among the school clubs, kendo was the only martial art. Yeah, that's great. I was in the judo club in high school. Otta-san was delighted with the same hearty smile he shows when inviting me to play catch. If you're interested in martial arts, judo is also an option. But then I would have to go to a dojo. Are you being reserved again? You don't need to worry about the monthly fee, you know? No. It would also be hard to balance with club activities, so for now I thought I'd focus on kendo in the school club. That makes sense too, but still, taking an interest in martial arts, you really are a boy after all. Whenever Otta-san praises me, Mark always makes a face. Papa, that's gender discrimination. What? Marco, are you interested in kendo too? Of course not. I don't even want to do something that's sweaty in class. Teenage daughters sure are hard to handle. It's because you don't pay attention to Marco. But that doesn't mean a father can go window shopping chummily with his middle school daughter. Meguru, why did you decide to train your body? When I reunite with Shirayuki, I want to become even a little bit stronger. With kendo, I might be able to help if Shirayuki gets attacked by a thug. I chose it with that in mind, but I couldn't quite say it out loud like that. I want to become strong. There are times when I feel my own powerlessness. What? Are you trying to say you're being bullied or something? I don't want to hear that kind of talk. Miwako-san tends to interpret my words in a negative way. To avoid provoking her, I carefully denied it. No, that's not it. How should I put it? I want to properly become an respectable person, and be able to protect someone. Respectable, huh? Miwako-san laughs through her nose. I felt uncomfortable, but I endured it quietly. Fun. Acting like a goody two-shoes. Your ulterior motives are so obvious it's unpleasant. Miwako-san is my stepmother who I'm indebted to, so of course I need to be considerate. But when Marco, who's the same age as me, says something snide, I can't stay silent either. We've been living together for about 2 years now. I don't know if it's good or bad, but I've become able to argue back without hesitation. What's that supposed to mean? It has nothing to do with Marco anyway, so it's fine, right? Fun, nothing to do with me, huh? I get it, I totally get it, Megaru. I also started martial arts because I wanted to do something about my powerlessness. As men, we all have times when we feel that way. Like I said, Papa, that's gender discrimination. After this kind of conversation, I joined the kendo club. Since I was a beginner, it was tough to keep up at first, but when I thought of Shirayuki, the harsh training didn't bother me. I also started putting more effort into my studies. Until now, I had been studying for a rather pessimistic reason to not embarrass Ota-san and Miwako-san who took me in. But having a higher education increases your social credibility and makes it easier to get a job at a good company. If I'm going to have a future with Shirayuki, I want to make things as easy for her as possible, and if something happens, I want to have the ability and connections to handle it. In that case, I had no choice but to study. Through the repeated days of training, my muscles grew, my class ranking in tests rose, and in proportion to those, my height also increased. In elementary school, my height was below average, and Marco, who was tall, had quite a lead on me. But midway through my second year of middle school, I surpassed her, and by my third year, I was 178 centimeters over 10 centimeters taller than Marco. The more I was praised, the more I felt I could become someone worthy of Shirayuki. I'm not good at expressing my emotions and I'm not the type who can say thoughtful things, but I decided to at least be sincere. There was definitely a loneliness from Shirayuki not being around, but by spending time investing in the future, I tried to fill that void. On the other hand, Marco Sayakawa-san is amazing. She's in first in grades again. She's also the ace of the tennis club. I saw her running on the court the other day. She looked so cool. I was studying hard, but I could never beat Marco. I probably spent more time studying than her, but talent is a cruel thing. In terms of concentration, memory, and quick thinking, I was no match for Marco. It's not that I didn't feel frustrated, but my studying was ultimately an investment for the future. In that sense, I wasn't studying to compete with Marco. So I just did my best in my own way. But Marco's talent wasn't just in her intelligence and athletic ability. Marco's greatest talent was her overwhelming beauty. By the way, I heard Marco-chan was featured in a magazine again. Well, anyone can see she's insanely cute. I mean, she's almost unapproachable, or rather, scary. That's what makes her so conceited. I heard she toyed with and dumped that popular model Kozato-kun who came to the school gate the other day. Even what she does is on another level. I wouldn't want to get close to her. Marco further blossomed the talent she possessed and began to reign as an overwhelming charisma within the school. She certainly became beautiful. She had a pretty face since elementary school, but she entered a period of transforming like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon, radiating a charm that made anyone who passed by her turn their head. Marco's beauty is different from Shirayuki's brightness and loveliness. Rather, it was the opposite. There is a shadow. That shadow draws people's eyes, gathers their gazes, and doesn't let go. I had an idea about that shadow. It was Shirayuki and Ota-san. Marco lost Shirayuki and no longer had anyone she could call a friend, but because she was overflowing with talent. On the surface, people gathered around her, but she was lonely. Who was it that said it? People don't feel lonely when they're alone. Loneliness is something you feel when you're surrounded by people. Marco is always in the spotlight, always praised, and at the same time, always harshly criticized behind her back. Before long, the people around her started calling Marco's appearance aloof. The more Marco yearned for Shirayuki and felt lonely without her by her side, the more beautiful she became. Also, another factor that deepened Marco's shadow, her relationship with Ota-san had been gradually deteriorating. Since we entered middle school, since Marco started showing a stronger rebellious phase. Marco, where have you been until this hour? It doesn't matter what I do on my day off, right? Of course it matters. Meguru has been studying at home this whole time. It's just because he doesn't have any friends. Don't lump me in with that gloomy guy. You How can you say that about your brother? Brother? Don't be ridiculous. I've never once thought of that cuckoo man as my brother. A cuckoo is a bird that doesn't raise its own children, but has other birds raise them. Marco called me a cuckoo man, referring to the fact that I was a child taken in. Marco, there are things you shouldn't say. I return the same line right back at you. The discord between Marco and daughter-san may be a common occurrence between a father and daughter during adolescence. However, my existence accelerated the discord. Marco loves Otter-san as family. Of course, Otter-san loves Marco too, but it's no wonder that a middle-aged father and a teenage daughter have different values. It just so happened that my values aligned with Otter-san's, like playing catch and martial arts, so naturally, I end up being praised, being empathized with. Marco doesn't like that. Even though I'm not a blood-related family member, it seems like I'm being favored over her. Marco and daughter-san probably both know these things, but even though they know it, once the wrong buttons have been pushed, it's hard to reset them. This is because humans have innate compatibility from birth, and that's not necessarily the case just because they're blood-related family. However, I'm in no position to talk about others because I had the same problems as Marco. Really, always trying to curry favor. My personality doesn't mesh well with Miwako-san's. Even when I act in a way that I think is better, it's seen as me trying to curry favor. The Sayakawa family didn't have someone like Shirayuki who could act as a lubricant. If I wasn't here, as a matter of fact, that was the situation. If I disappeared, the Sayakawa family would probably be fine. The reason Marco doesn't get along well with Otter-san is because it seems like Otter-san is giving me preferential treatment. If I wasn't here, Marco probably wouldn't have as much rebelliousness towards Otter-san, and the number of clashes would decrease dramatically. As for Miwako-san, it goes without saying, Miwako-san was originally against me being taken in by this family. If I said I would disappear, she would be overjoyed. The painful thing was, the more I tried to be well behaved, the more Otter-san took my side, and Miwako-san reacted against that. Why do you hate Meguru so much? Because he's trying to curry favor with you to be liked, just because he feels indebted for being taken in. I'm sure he's after your inheritance. Don't be ridiculous. You're the ridiculous one. It'll be too late to regret it after this house is taken over. At first, it may have been just a slight misalignment. But the wounds gradually widened. Otter-san started coming home less and less often. Miwako-san's clothing and the decorations in the house gradually became flashier. By the time we were in our third year of middle school, Otter-san and Miwako-san's marital relationship had completely broken down. Marco. Fun. Of course, Marco knows that I was the cause of the marital fights. So there's no way she would like me, and my relationship with Marco had also broken down. I had told Shirayuki that I would try my best to improve my relationships with Marco and Miwako-san, but the only things progressing were my studies and kendo. The most important family relationships had deteriorated far worse than in elementary school, to a point where I, in my immaturity, couldn't do anything about it. What's wrong, Meguru-kun? Your voice sounds gloomy. During a weekly phone call with Shirayuki, one day, Shirayuki sensed my unusual state over the phone and asked, "Actually, because of me, things between Otter-san and Miwako-san aren't going well." When I explained, Shirayuki said in a clear voice, "So that's what it was. But you know, Meguru-kun, that's not your fault." From what I hear, Meguru-kun is trying really hard. On the contrary, maybe my efforts are making Marco and Miwako-san uncomfortable. If that's the case, then Marco-chan and her mom are the ones in the wrong. It's not Meguru-kun's fault. I don't think you should mistake that. Shirayuki isn't just a good girl. She also has a strong core. It's because she has that side to her that Marco and I both adore and rely on. Shirayuki. Thank you, Shirayuki. I'll try a little harder. I'll talk to Marco-chan about it too. However, by the time we were having these conversations, things had probably already reached a point of no return. Looking back now. Section. While Marco and I noticed the breakdown between Otter-san and Miwako-san, we couldn't take decisive action and the summer of our third year of middle school arrived. It's hot today too. It was a day with strong sunlight. The highest temperature of the year was recorded nationwide, and the morning wide shows were reporting on the crowds at beaches across the country. I had fallen just short of making it to nationals in my last kendo tournament in middle school and retired. Since I had officially become a student preparing for entrance exams, I spent every day from morning until night at the library. For some reason, together with Marco. I don't like it either, but I can't concentrate at cram school. Marco's beauty had been polished even further. It was a given that students from other schools would wait outside to catch a glimpse of her. The other day, a young teacher at the cram school she was attending for summer classes seriously fell for her, and it even developed into a stalking incident. I had originally been studying alone at the library because I didn't want to burden the Sayakawa family financially, but Marco, who could no longer stay at cram school, started tagging along with me. Marco and I studying side by side at the library. Suddenly, Marco leaned her body towards me and whispered in my ear, "Come with me for a bit." "The bathroom again? You're drinking too much coffee." "TSK, are you an idiot? You really have no delicacy. That's why you don't notice that you're popular." "I'm popular with girls who have no taste. Anyway, that's not important." "No, I feel like that's not an unimportant topic." "Really? You're as nitpicky and annoying as ever." "Listen, there's a weird guy who's been peeking at me for a while now, so I'm going to lure him out." "In reality, it's your job to notice and deal with it first, right?" "That's right. My job was to be a bodyguard. I have my own studying to do, and it's a hassle, and Marco is noisy, so to be honest, I don't want to do it, but I reluctantly decided to do it to curry favor with Miwako-san." Miwako-san was proud of Marco, who was becoming more and more beautiful, and doted on her as much as her relationship with Otta-san deteriorated. "Really? For a cram school teacher to become a stalker? I wish they would behave properly." "Marco is a beauty like me, a former model, so I wonder if they can't give her more special treatment." "Come to think of it, when I was young, I often got approached just by walking. My high school prohibited part-time jobs, so when I got scouted, I used a fake name, but as expected, the magazine was too big and I got found out. It caused a big fuss at school and even my parents were called. How nostalgic." "That's right. A beauty like Marco, everyone will be after her. I'm worried I hardly have any chances to earn points with Miwako-san. That's why I volunteered to be her bodyguard. Miwako-san doesn't like Marco and I being together, but she knows I'm not the type to make a move on Marco, and that I've trained my body through kendo. There was also no one else suitable, so she unusually said make sure you protect Marco properly without any sarcasm. When she goes that far, I can't slack off either. So that's why I'm even accompanying her to the bathroom, but Marco has an abnormally high rate of noticing weird guys, as expected of the person being watched, or maybe she has innately superior intuition and insight. For whatever reason, whenever Marco points out that there's a weird guy, she's never been wrong. So I immediately prepared myself. "Got it. Let's go with the usual plan." "You should just say that from the beginning." Marco and I closed our notebooks and reference books and stood up. We've gotten used to this kind of development recently. Marco and I leave our seats. Naturally, the other person also secretly follows. At that point, I go to the bathroom midway and Marco heads to the convenience store. The other person naturally lets their guard down, follows Marco, and closes the distance. This is for him to try to take pictures of Marco or talk to her while I'm in the bathroom. But this is a fake out. I only pretend to go into the bathroom and come right back out. I tail the guy who's leaning forward in anticipation, and call out to him from behind, where he's full of openings. "Do you have some business with Marco?" "Hi." The man was around his early 30s. The age range of men who become Marco's stalkers is quite wide, and it's not unusual for people of this age to be among them. "If you have business with her, you should ask me first." My words were polite, but of course there was an implied threat. I'm taller than average and have well-developed muscles, so usually if I glare at them, the other person, being self-aware that they're doing something shady, will immediately run away. However, this man was different. "Are you Kozai-Meguru-kun? How do you know my name?" That's right. You might actually be better than her." "Damn. I'm getting impatient." "What are you talking about? I want you to hear me out. I have no other options left. If you don't mind, could you spare me some time? No, even if you suddenly say that. What are? The man had a strange intensity. It didn't seem like he was joking. That's why I was flustered. What are you doing, Megaru? It seemed Marco couldn't stand me dawdling. Even though she's supposed to be the princess being protected, she boldly approached. The man rummages through his bag. What he took out was a business card. My name is Koz Tasiku. I'm a freelance journalist. I want you to tell me about your father. Faced with something so unexpected, Marco and I looked at each other. Everything Koz-san said was a complete surprise. Your father, Prefectural Assemblyman Seikawa Tatsuru, is engaging in corruption. That's the conclusion I reached after tracing the flow of funds of a certain company. But I can't find decisive evidence. It may be out of line to ask you to, but I want your cooperation. It was all unbelievable. First, your father is engaging in corruption. I just couldn't believe this at all. Otta-san is my benefactor who took me in. He's a good, kind and hearty person. His family is certainly wealthy, but that shouldn't be money earned through corruption. A politician's income is not small, so I couldn't imagine he would go out of his way to commit corruption. Koz-san. Even if what you're saying is true by some chance, there's no way Marco and his family, would cooperate. Idiot. There's no by some chance, there's no way Papa would do something corrupt. Marco raised her voice on a deserted bench in the back of the library. Marco's words often have thorns that irritate me. But this time I thought she was absolutely right. That's right. I looked up at Koz-san, who was still standing. Koz-san, I'll pretend I didn't hear this. I feel a great debt to Otta-san. I can't cooperate in making Otta-san unhappy. I see. I thought I knew the circumstances of you being taken in by the Seikawa family, but you think that way. Is that strange? I learned about Mr. Tatsuru through suspicions of corruption. To be honest, I thought Mr. Tatsuru took you in with the aim of getting your real parents' inheritance. I thought that, and I actually heard such rumors. So that's why he said me, might actually be better than her, Marco. Because in searching for evidence of corruption, the stepson who is likely being mistreated would be more cooperative than the real daughter? You believed such rumors? Then I think the story about Otta-san engaging in corruption is also dubious. Thought? Well, it's a sore spot that I didn't look into your background. You really trust Mr. Tatsuru, don't you? Not just because of gratitude, but because he's a father I respect. I see. Koz-san stroked his unshaven beard. Then let me ask this. Are you really okay with not investigating anything? In my case, if someone I respect made a mistake, I would try to correct it because I want them to remain the respectable person I know. That's as expected of a journalist. He hits where it hurts. Why are you letting him get to you? Anyway, it's impossible. Let's go already. Up to this point, neither Marco nor I paid any heed to what Koz-san had said, but to Marco and I who were about to leave, Koz-san threw out information that could be called a vital point. If I said it also affected Tanzawa Shirayuki-san, would you listen a bit more? Shirayuki is my first love, and to Marco, her one and only best friend. Even Shirayuki's name has a sacred ring to it for Marco and me. No matter how suspicious, no matter how much we don't want to hear it, the moment Shirayuki's name was brought up, we may have already lost. We left that place and exited the library without facing Koz-san, but we couldn't help but be curious about how Shirayuki was related to the corruption. That con artist. Not only us, but why did he even mention Shirayuki's name? On the way home from the library, that was all Marco could say. To summarize Koz-san's words, Koz-san pursued Otta-san's corruption but couldn't get evidence. Having no choice, he investigated the surrounding information as well. Because of that, he knows about me, Marco, and even Shirayuki. That's probably how it is. This is not something that can be done as a joke. It's something that can only be done with a passion that could be called obsession. I want to believe in Otta-san. It was Otta-san who welcomed me into the Seikawa family with a smile. We often played catch. When I said I would learn kendo, he was delighted. When Miwako-san made snide remarks, He became my shield and got angry for me. It was painful that Oto-san and Miwako-san's relationship deteriorated because of that, but deep down I was happy that he became my ally. But Koz-san's words run through my head. Are you really okay with not investigating anything? In my case, if someone I respect made a mistake, I would try to correct it because I want them to remain the respectable person I know. I agonized, thought. 3 days later, without telling Marco, I contacted the phone number on the business card and decided to meet with Koz-san one more time. Sorry for contacting you out of the blue. No, thanks you for meeting with me again. There are a lot of things I'm curious about. I was hoping you could tell me a bit more. Of course, I'll tell you everything without hiding anything. What do you want to know? First, can you tell me what you mean it affected Shirayuki? Got it. Drinking iced coffee at a family restaurant, Koz-san says something that would change my life. A certain company and Sayakawa Tatsuru colluded and made a large profit. If someone gains a profit, it means someone else suffered a loss. That was Tanzawa Shirayuki-san's father. Tanzawa Shirayuki-san's father was an executive at a company that was a competitor to the colluding company. As a result of taking responsibility, Shirayuki had to move away. That's right. If Shirayuki hadn't moved, Marco's and my middle school days would have been completely different. I'll definitely come for you, and then, let's hold hands like this again, and come to this sea. Is that okay? Even without saying I'd come for her, we could have walked together. We could have seen each other every day, talked every day, and seen Shirayuki's smile every day. How blissful would those days have been? Also, Marco wouldn't have fallen into loneliness as much as she is now. The loneliness of not having Shirayuki by her side may have led to fights with Oto-san. Thinking that way, Shirayuki moving away was an unfortunate event for Oto-san too. Should this be called fate? These are my foundation. Koz-san took out a laptop from his bag and showed me several documents. I had to conclude that Koz-san was at least not trying to deceive me. I still find it hard to believe that Oto-san is engaging in corruption. However, Koz-san has enough information to doubt Oto-san. I had to understand that. I'm aware that I'm asking a lot of you, but I can't overlook corruption when I find it. Koz-san, why do you go that far? Is exposing such corruption profitable? He investigated so many things. To be honest, I don't think exposing one scoop would generate enough profit to make it worth it. My old man ran a company. The topic suddenly changed, but I decided to nod and go along with him for the time being. He was a vulgar man, but he doted on me sometimes, so I couldn't hate him. But when I got a job at a publishing company and became independent, my old man was killed out of a grudge. A grudge killing is not normal. A chill ran down my spine. To put it simply, my father was a pretty nasty guy. He made money doing bad things and spent that money extravagantly. I found out about those things after my old man died. From a family point of view, he had a kind side and I knew he had vices, but well, it's money he earned himself. It's all I thought. I couldn't help but overlap myself with him and my throat tightened. My body is made from the money my old man earned doing nasty things. I try to convince myself that it's not like I did anything wrong, but still it made me think about how to live my life. To live happily, I decided to fight against guys who do bad things. Oto-san is a kind person. That was all I could say. In this world, there are lives saved by donations from people who profited from drugs. That's why I'm not going to argue about what's good or evil. But for now, I'm fighting against guys who break the law and profit from it. Is Oto-san really engaging in corruption? That's what I want you to investigate. To be honest, I was thinking of asking the daughter, Marco-chan, but it would be a big help if you could do it. Why Marco? Because she's his real daughter. I thought she might understand my feelings. Moreover, I found out that she doesn't get along with her father, and that Tanzawa Shirayuki is her best friend. So I thought there might be a chance. So that's why he was trying to approach Marco at first. Also, if Marco-chan exposes the corruption, it could be seen as the family taking responsibility. But you know, if you expose the corruption from your position and say Aikawa Tatsuru gets arrested, it may sound harsh but you'll be seen as ungrateful. It's too heavy a karma for a middle school student to bear, but you're asking me to do it. Yeah, that's right. After seeing your face and talking to you, I thought you might have a similar way of thinking as me. The weight of the karma doesn't matter. I felt our sense of justice was similar. That may be true. Are you really okay with not investigating anything? In my case, if someone I respect made a mistake, I would try to correct it because I want them to remain the respectable person I know. These words are probably running through my head because we have a similar sensibility. I don't care what people say about me, but the fact is there are people who suffered misfortune because of this corruption. That's why I'm doing this. What will you do? Leaving those words, Koz-san left. Section. I ruminated on my conversation with Koz-san over and over in my head. I thought and agonized until the moment I fell asleep and decided to talk to Marco about it too. I thought it was information Marco should know as well, since it affected Shirayuki. Marco had also brushed off the talk about corruption, but when she heard that Shirayuki's move might have been influenced by the corruption, Marco's face turned pale. No way. That's a lie. I realized for the first time that Marco may have been more pained by Shirayuki's move than I was. For me, the painful thing was simply that Shirayuki wasn't by my side, but I could have a dream of growing while Shirayuki was gone and going to get her. If you have a dream, you can endure even if it's painful. I was constantly running, with no time to spare. On the other hand, Marco was different. She couldn't find a friend to replace Shirayuki. And at home, her parents' discord accelerated. Maybe Marco wanted Shirayuki's support regarding her parents' discord. It was impossible for me to support Marco because I was one of the causes of the discord. After Shirayuki left, Marco's talents and beauty blossomed even more, but even those enviable qualities probably couldn't fill the hole in Marco's heart. I couldn't help but think so as I watched Marco covering her face with both hands. It's unthinkable. But, I'll check just in case. You cooperate too? I nodded. After that, Marco and I discussed and made a plan. It's not particularly difficult. Recently, both Oto-san and Miwako-san have a tendency to not come home. This is because if the two of them meet, they end up fighting, so they're both avoiding each other. So while they're both out, we'll sneak into Oto-san's room. The target is Oto-san's computer, especially deleted emails. We'll restore them using software and look for anything that could be evidence of corruption. We'll also check any suspicious memos. Getting into Oto-san's room is easy. Oto-san doesn't lock his room. He's always said we can freely take and read the books inside. I thought the problem would be deciphering the computer's password, but Marco casually said Papa has his password stuck under his desk. Searching in the computer is easy as long as we have time. Oto-san has a hearty side, and that heartiness has saved me quite a bit, but I thought it was ironic that it would work in this way. We decided to divide the work. Marco will do the email restoration work. Meanwhile, I'll keep watch, and if by chance Oto-san or Miwako-san suddenly come home, I'll play the role of buying time. And so it was decided. On the day of execution. From the evening, the weather turned into torrential rain. Oto-san is away on a business trip, and Miwako-san has gone on a short trip with friends. I was worried that the two of them might suddenly come home due to the heavy rain, but it was an unfounded fear. I stood in front of the door to Oto-san's room the whole time, but no one came to the entrance, and only the intense sound of rain flowed through the house. It's done. Saying that, the door opened and Marco came out from inside the room. Marco, how was it? Come here. At this point, I had already begun to realize that I had opened Pandora's box. Because if there was nothing, Marco would have berated me as if to say I told you so. But the color had drained from Marco's skin, and she looked like she might collapse at any moment. Strangely, Marco looks most beautiful when she evokes a sense of sorrow. Marco's face at this moment was the most beautiful I had ever seen. This, prompted by Marco, I stared at the computer screen. There were sentences sufficient to judge that corruption was taking place. Oto-san. Suddenly, tears welled up in my eyes. For some reason, I was remembering times when I played catch with Oto-san. Every time we played catch, I would unintentionally remember my real father, Oto-san, and often felt complicated. But Oto-san always looked really happy. That made me happy too, and I was always smiling by the time we went home. Otter-san was my biggest ally in the Saikawa family, but the data? Marco pulled out a USB drive. Are you going to give this to Koz? Yeah. Why? Because he's someone I want to keep calling father. What's that supposed to mean? If it was a stranger, I might have turned a blind eye, but because he's someone important to me, if he's going down the wrong path, I want to correct him. That's just you imposing your views, isn't it? If you do it, what do you think you'll be called? I'll probably be called ungrateful. Miwako-san might never speak to me again then. But even so, I clenched my back teeth. The more I clenched, the more tears overflowed. I want Otter-san to properly atone for his crimes. No matter what happens, I'll keep calling him Otter-san forever. Why don't screw with me? Marco slapped my cheek. I could tell from the force that she used all her strength. Papa is not your papa, he's my papa. Marco ranted, breathing heavily. I've always respected him too. Sure, we fought a lot, but papa was always my pride. But then, after you came, Marco. Her right hand was raised, and my left cheek was slapped with force. Before you came, I was happy, a respectable papa, a beautiful mama, and a kind best friend. Shirayuki. I was always at the top in both studies and sports, and everyone always praised me saying I was cute. Everything was mine. I got whatever I wanted. But, Marco looked at me with eyes like she was seeing her parents' enemy. No, not like I really am an existence that could be called her parents' enemy. You took away everything precious to me. If you hadn't come, Papa would only have eyes for me. Papa and Mama wouldn't have fought so much like this. Shirayuki was an ally only to me. Marco hits my chest. She puts her heartrending feelings into her fists and hits my chest hard and hard. That's fine. I quietly accepted Marco's words. Hate me, Marco. Because I've done that much to you. I stole Marco's happiness. It's not that I wanted to, but the fact is, I stole your happiness and gained happiness in return. You have every right to condemn me and take revenge. Hit me, punch me, if that will relieve Marco's pent-up feelings. Marco raises her right hand again. I closed my eyes and braced myself for the pain, but then Marco stopped with her right hand raised and looked up at me with a glaring gaze. But you are not to blame for anything. That one line struck me harder than any slap or punch to the chest. Even though she could blame me, Marco accepted it while maintaining her reason. Tears spilled over at Marco's almost sad sense of justice and kindness. Marco possesses such a noble heart that when I first came to the Saikawa family, even though I should have been an unwanted presence, she helped me if I was being bullied at school. Marco has been harsh to me, but that's because she has a deep love for her family. How much conflict has Marco been through? Caught between deep love and a sense of justice, it would have been easier if she just made me her enemy. If she blames me, her sense of justice will sound the alarm, and if she tries to accept me, she'll be betraying Miwako-san. Marco has constantly been subjected to that kind of hell, caught between a rock and a hard place. Probably the only one who could save Marco was Shirayuki, but Shirayuki disappeared due to transferring schools, and even that was indirectly caused by her father's corruption. This is no good. This is too painful. Just thinking about Marco's feelings makes me unable to forgive my own existence, and I feel like I'm going to throw up. If you hadn't listened to Koz, I could have remained a child who knew nothing. Marco must have decided to pretend not to hear at first because she thought this kind of result would come out. I'm a fool, so I went to listen. And so I opened Pandora's box. I crumbled down from my knees. All the strength left my body from the overwhelming guilt, and I couldn't even stand. I'm sorry, Marco. How can I atone to you? Atone? Don't be ridiculous. Marco squatted down and sandwiched my head between her hands. With eyes moistened by anger, sadness, and unbearable emotions, she glares at me from close range. You think you can atone? Bear it. The sin. Together with me. Saying that, Marco stole my lips. MMPH. I tried to escape instantly, but Marco's eyes wouldn't allow me. Shirayuki's face flashes through my mind. I felt nauseous. The blood drained from my face at the horror of what I was doing now. At the same time, I felt an indescribable pleasure. Not just the sensation of her soft lips, her tongue devouring the inside of my mouth attacks my gums, and carnal pleasure as an instinct invades my brain. My love for Shirayuki, my feelings for Marco's family, my respect for Otter-san, my sense of inferiority towards Miwako-san, betrayal, gratitude, despair, pleasure. All of these things run through my brain along with the kiss. I feel like I'm going crazy. Suddenly, in the corner of my mind, I realized this was my first kiss. My first kiss tasted of immorality. Section. The sound of the torrential rain woke me up. The room was dimly lit. Was it already night? The lights weren't on, and the only illumination came from the TV with the volume turned down. It was the living room of the Saikawa house. Apparently I had been laid down on the sofa. There was a towel blanket draped over my stomach. "So you're awake?" Curt words came down from above my head. "Why are you in a place like that?" I was sleeping using the armrest of the sofa as a pillow. Marco was at my bedside, but she had purposely brought over a chair from the table. There should have been plenty of other places to sit. I didn't understand why. "Because I wanted to look at your stupid face." The stupid face part was unnecessary. If you want to look at my face, you could just say that. What's that? You have an inflated sense of self-importance? Lame. You say that after stealing my first kiss! Exclamation mark. Marco's eyes widened and she took one deep breath. "So you remembered that much?" "On the flip side, I don't remember anything from then until now though." "I see. I guess meeting with Koz-san was a trigger. That guy. Next time I see him I'm going to kick him." "Really? Why do you try to make so many enemies?" I sat up, exasperated. 23 p.m. Marco stands up and heads towards the kitchen. Then she brought back a water bottle and handed it to me. "Thanks." "Why are you surprised?" "I'm offended." "Well, I just never thought you would take care of me." "Among the memories you forgot, there are times I nursed you." "Start by remembering those important things." "Even if you order me to." "That's impossible." "You're a noisy guy. You're one to talk. More importantly, can you turn on the lights?" "Just the TV is too dark." "It's fine as it is now. I prefer it being dark over bright." Those weren't the words of the popular model Marco. Even though she's in the spotlight more than anyone else in class, her mind is in deep darkness. Is that also influenced by what happened with Otter-san? "Marco, did you and I report Otter-san's corruption?" "Move over." Marco forcibly wedged her body into the space between me and the armrest. Originally there was only space for half a person, so I was pushed to the side. Because she forcibly squeezed into the narrow space, Marco's and my shoulders are touching. "You." Just as I was about to complain, Marco cut me off as if to silence me. "Papa's corruption was made public by Koz writing an article about it!" Exclamation mark. "I tried to take the evidence of the corruption directly to the police, but you stopped me after being persuaded by Koz. If it got out to the public that you and I found and exposed the corruption, it would become difficult for us to live. So at least let's have Koz be the one who found it." He also said that if we want to make public that we exposed the corruption, we could do it anytime. "I see. If it comes out that Otter-san engaged in corruption, naturally he'll be bashed by the public. If it comes out that Marco and I exposed the corruption at this time, the story would undoubtedly become even bigger. It's conceivable that TV stations might even come rushing to the point of interfering with our lives. That's why Koz-san made it seem like he found it. I wondered if he might have also wanted to monopolize the scoop, but I feel that's not the case. Even though I don't remember, it's probably because I think Koz-san isn't that kind of person. It's totally stupid, isn't it? Either way, it doesn't change the fact that we're going to hell." "Hell." "That's right. Hell." From Marco's perspective, I'm the worst possible archenemy who stole her father's affection, broke her parents' relationship, and took her best friend's feelings. But Meguru, all I have left is you, my accomplice. All Marco had left was me. That's right. I'm starting to remember. Because of the typhoon. It was also pouring rain that day. Otter-san was arrested the day before. Miwako-san saw Koz-san's article published a week ago and disappeared somewhere. Despite the typhoon, the media was crowding to the front door. The story that the daughter and stepson who leaked the evidence of their father's corruption online had been dropped and was becoming a hot topic. It seems that secrets, no matter how much you try to hide them, leak out from somewhere. I get it. The daughter and stepson have a relationship, and they were living a debauched life with their parents' money. Why did they even take in a distant relative's child in the first place? After the inheritance or for appearances? If it was out of goodwill, that's ironic. To be exposed by the child you took in out of goodwill. If that's the case, isn't the stepson more evil? He's ungrateful. If you say that, the daughter is more ungrateful. After all, she lived without any inconveniences. Countless arbitrary speculations and inconsiderate words were flying around. I couldn't bring myself to talk to the media, but I also couldn't bring myself to deny it. Marco aside, it's true that I'm ungrateful, a politician father and a beautiful mother. The daughter is talented and beautiful, and they live a wealthy life. A family that anyone would envy completely collapsed due to the son they took in out of goodwill. I am a jinx. The living room, with the lights turned off as a countermeasure against the media, was illuminated only by the light coming from the windows. Outside there was a rainstorm, but since it was daytime, it was still barely bright enough to faintly see our feet. Marco and I sat apart on the sofa, not saying a word to each other, just dazed like patients waiting for death. What I was remembering was my conversation with Otter-san yesterday. I see, you two found it, huh? Marco and I honestly told Otter-san, whose arrest was approaching. Otter-san smiles weakly at us sitting across the table from each other. I guess this is what they call the time to pay the piper. Otter-san began to speak with a refreshed face, not angry at us. Otter-san said he started getting involved in corruption about 3 years ago when Marco and I were in 6th grade. The reason he wanted money was simple. Miwako-san's spending far exceeded his income. Miwako's and my ideas gradually diverged, and she started directing her dissatisfaction and anger towards luxury. The biggest damage was when she became obsessed with jewelry. Otter-san, was that because you took me in? When I asked, Otter-san smiled wryly. To be honest, it was one of the factors. But I don't regret that, and I wanted Miwako to understand too. If I wasn't here. Stop thinking like that, Meguru. The reason Miwako couldn't get along with you was because you weren't part of the ideal she arbitrarily held. At least from my perspective, you have no fault. Rather, I'm impressed that you grew up so well while bearing the misfortune of losing your whole family. Otter-san. Otter-san was indeed a respectable person. I was filled with joy and guilt at that fact and lost my words. I selfishly took you in, so I thought if Miwako also did what she wanted, the balance of her heart would be restored and our relationship as husband and wife would be mended. I wanted to create a happy family including Meguru. That's why when I needed money, I got involved in corruption. It's all an excuse though. Otter-san raised his head and looked at Marco. Marco, you've grown up. Thank you for stopping me. I love you. Papa. Marco hung her head and sobbed like a child. Meguru, I'm sorry but I'm entrusting Marco to you. Marco is outstanding, but her heart is much, much weaker than yours. You are a fine man who crawled up from the brink of deep despair. Please take care of my daughter, my son. Otter-san. After this, Otter-san turned himself into the police and was arrested. I hear the sound of rain. It's not just the sound of rain. It's the sound of rain so intense that it seems to swallow the world along with the storm. Only this living room in the world was isolated and drifting in some unknown land. I was dreaming of such a thing. We did it in 6th grade. Snow White. What are you suddenly talking about? I thought I would play the heroine as usual, but that role went to Shirayuki. I unexpectedly got the witch role. Even though our names are Shirayuki and Marco, I thought, and was indignant at the time. That did happen. When it was decided to do a Snow White play for the class presentation, it was decided to determine the roles in a class meeting. Then someone nominated Shirayuki for the role of Snow White, and since her name and image matched, the role of the witch was decided for Marco before she could object. At that time, Marco really. When I think about it now, she had such a disgruntled face that it makes me laugh. Shirayuki was flustered that she was chosen as the lead role and tried to give it to Marco, but Marco, being the contrarian when it comes to this, wouldn't accept it. So Marco reluctantly accepted the witch role and nominated me for the prince role as harassment in retaliation. I've always liked the name Marco, but for the first time I had various delusions. For example, Marco sound like the witch's child, right? The witch, who is also the queen, has a daughter, and that's me. If she fell in love with the prince, I wonder how she would feel things like that. Marco, the witch's child, has nothing to do with the witch, so she becomes best friends with Snow White. Then both best friends fall in love with the prince, right? But the witch's child feels guilty because the witch tried to kill Snow White. Would she try to give the prince to Snow White? Or would she be jealous of Snow White and try to kill her like her mother the witch? Those kinds of stupid delusions. Marco, you're going too far with the jokes. No matter how much it's a hypothetical story, being jealous and killing, that's not funny. Hey. Marco crawled across the sofa and approached me. Kiss me behind that girl's back. I wonder what words I should use to interpret that girl. The girl I like. My first love, my benefactor, my best friend, my lover. Shirayuki. Marco and I became accomplices. Sinful accomplices who turned our beloved father into a criminal with our own hands. And one more thing. Accomplices in betraying Shirayuki. I'll give the surface to that girl, but I'll take the hidden side. We became what could be called one mind and body. That's why I couldn't refuse Marco's order. I lean in and steal Marco's lips. Exclamation mark. Marco suddenly bit my lip. The skin tears and the taste of blood spreads in my mouth. But Marco never tried to let go of my lips. A pleasure akin to ecstasy, accompanied by pain and bitterness, spreads from my mouth throughout my body. Ah. It's the taste of immorality. Seems like you remembered quite a bit. Exclamation mark. Marco had wedged her body between the armrest of the sofa and me, looking up at my expression. Our shoulders are pressed together, and if we face each other, we're close enough for our breaths to touch. The day I came back to this house, the paper that said ungrateful was because you and I made Otta-san a criminal. We haven't made it public, but it leaked out somewhere. Probably the one who wrote it was someone who used to be connected to Papa and profited from it. It's stupid to even engage with them, so I'm ignoring it. Could it be my smartphone wasn't actually broken? Well, yeah. I thought you would regain your memories if you met Koz, so I was hiding it. In the end, it was only a matter of time if we didn't move. Why don't we move even though weird papers are being put in the mailbox? You and I discussed it and decided to stay here. We didn't do anything wrong, so this house is the only place for Papa to come back to when he gets out. So let's hold our heads high no matter who hates us. That's what we talked about. Otta-san is in prison, so you told Amnesiac me that he's far away. That's right. He's actually far away, isn't he? What about Miwako-san? When Otta-san was caught, she must have disappeared somewhere. You said she's hospitalized now, right? Mama ran away with all the money she had, but quickly used it all up. She came to me to beg for money, and by the time she had developed a mental illness. So I had her hospitalized. I see. I lost my parents and little sister in an accident, but Marco had lost both her parents, all of her happiness, because I came. Is that why you're earning money as a model and I'm supporting you? That's right. We were able to pay the damages by selling all the inheritance from our ancestors except the house. But we can't say we're as wealthy as we look. The paintings and vases in the entrance and such, we sold those at that time. Yeah. Wait a minute. You gave me my own bank book the day I came to this house. Didn't you use my parents' inheritance? We discussed it and decided to keep your parents' inheritance as a last resort, since it's a situation we brought upon ourselves. Even in that situation, I became lovers with Shirayuki and even got amnesia. I still don't know if Marco loves me as a romantic interest, but what I can say for sure is that Marco has no one left but me. If I were to abandon Marco and only be with Shirayuki, it would probably plunge Marco into further hell. That would be the work of a demon. I can't do it. I can't abandon Marco. Even the word guilt feels lukewarm and sickening. This is my karma. It's a sin that I can't let go of while living. Can you answer the question from back there now? Marco plopped her head on my shoulder. Marco's long, gently curled hair tickles my neck, and the scent of her perfume stimulates my nasal cavity. Rubbing her cheek against me like a spoiled child, Marco said, "Hey, where did hell start from when you were taken in?" When Shirayuki moved away. Or is this place right now the real entrance to hell? All of them seem wrong, and all of them seem right. If I can save you from hell, I intend to do anything. Because Papa asked you to? That's part of it. Part of it? Then is it out of a sense of guilt? That's part of it too. There's more? Then because you love me? That's. I thought I should say yes, no matter how I felt, but I couldn't get my voice out right away. Shirayuki's face was in my mind. Bright, kind, and lovely. The goddess who saved me from hell when I lost my family in a traffic accident. My first love, with whom I even ran away together. I loved her very much. Even now, I love her from the bottom of my heart. Even so, Marka crawled her fingers along my arm and suddenly dug her nails in! Exclamation mark. The skin tears and lines of blood are drawn. That blood. Marco slides her tongue and licks it up. With bright red blood on the edge of her lips, she whispers in my ear. Once again, kiss me behind that girl's back. The hellfire of karma was gnawing at my heart. No matter how much we fight with words, there's no way I could hate Marco. If I did hate Marco, even if it was the work of a demon, I probably wouldn't be able to endure heavy karma and would try to abandon everything and indulge in the sweet dream with Shirayuki. But the reason I don't do that is because Marco is important to me. So much so that if I hadn't met Shirayuki, I think I would have been drawn to Marco. Hey, Meguru. Please. Marco lifted her head, murmured pleadingly, and dug her nails into my forearm again. Marco has become even more beautiful. The more her heart is hurt, the more beautiful Marco becomes. Terrifyingly so. Various thoughts come and go in my mind. Just for now I sealed my heart with that prayer, and stole Marco's lips. Marco wraps her arms around my neck and holds me tightly as if to say she won't let go. Her shoulders were trembling. Marco is outstanding, but her heart is much weaker than yours. Otosan's voice crosses my mind. That's right. Marco has many talents, and no matter how strong she seems, she is a girl with a weak heart. Maybe right now, she was imagining being rejected by me. Maybe right now, she was thinking about the possibility that when she wakes up tomorrow morning, I might be gone. That weakness lies dormant within Marco's intense temperament. Satisfied with the kiss, Marco moves behind me and hugs me from the back. Don't you dare turn around. She seals my movements like that and then clings to me. Don't touch me any more than this. Come to think of it, Marco has said things like this before. She hates me more than anyone, loves me. Maybe she's unable to move forward or back. Okay. Being one with Marco and the source of misfortune. If she says that, all I can do is grant her wish. I'm fine with just the hidden side. No, I prefer the hidden side. Muttering in a fading voice, Marco clings to my back. I have no idea where I'm trying to go anymore, or where I'll end up. I'll never forgive you. So fall into hell with me. Please. Do I have no choice but to fall? I wonder why. I can't remember Shirayuki's voice. Epilogue. I tried to welcome the boy who came to our house when I was in 5th grade. Believe it or not. I mean, his circumstances were just too pitiful. He lost his parents and sister and was taken in by us. I don't usually empathize with people's feelings much, but even I felt sorry for him. That's why I helped him when he was being bullied. This guy is technically my family member, you know? So that means you're picking a fight with me too, right? Well, I remember feeling refreshed and in a good mood about it, rather because I hated idiots who bully the weak. But, as expected, seeing him look like he was dead for so long started to make me feel depressed and unwell. No matter how much I tried talking to him, he wouldn't recover at all. Gradually, I started to feel irritated, as if I was being told it was because my approach was wrong. So I had no choice but to introduce him to my best friend. I'm Tanzawa Shirayuki, and nice to meet you. Yes. Nice to meet you. Yes. Come on. What's going on here? What are you two doing? To be honest, I was surprised. From an outsider's perspective, despite it being their first meeting, I felt that Meguru and Shirayuki had very good compatibility. I felt a fear, as if I was the only one out of place. That concern gradually manifested in a visible form. Pure lies. You were definitely laughing. Fufu. Meguru-kun just laughed. Marco-chan, you heard it too, right? Indeed I did. It's the first time I've heard it in the half year we've seen each other. Yay. Meguru-kun. I'm so glad you laughed. Even though he barely talked to me no matter how much I cared for him, Shirayuki managed to make Meguru recover. I felt a pain in my chest. I didn't think the difference would be this clear. This must be jealousy towards Shirayuki. The pain in my chest from her accomplishing what I couldn't, that's what I thought. But I would later find out that wasn't the case. As Meguru regained his energy, I was assailed by a different anxiety. The fear that something important to me would be taken away. Shirayuki was my precious best friend. We first met in 3rd grade, and by summer vacation, she had become an irreplaceable best friend. I tend to be harsh with people no matter what. I try to fix it, but when I get irritated, my words unintentionally become sharp. Shirayuki was the one who softened that. Even when I used harsh words, Shirayuki would say, "That's no good, Marco-chan. It might be easy for you, but not everyone can do it. If you say it like that, everyone will get hurt, so you have to say it kindly." She would praise me while firmly giving me a dose of common sense. Even if everyone was in awe of me, Shirayuki never backed down at all. When we had a falling out, after going home and calming down, I would always realize that Shirayuki was right. I would fall into self-loathing, and with my high pride, I wouldn't try to go apologize. But Shirayuki would talk to me like nothing happened. She truly didn't bother from the bottom of her heart. With her magnanimous and righteous heart, I was convinced in 3rd grade that I couldn't beat this girl. Shirayuki humbly says that she made me her best friend, but I'm the one who made her my best friend. She was the first classmate I could call my best friend from the bottom of my heart. That's why I invited her to play every day and got her to be my best friend. That's what I think. Seeing that best friend rapidly deepen her relationship with Meguru made me feel indescribable. Meguru and Shirayuki would go somewhere and leave me behind. I would just be watching the two of them laughing. I had such delusions. And then the incident occurred. What I internally call the catch ball incident. Meguru was trying to get along with Papa. At that time, he chose Shirayuki as his confidant, not me. I secretly listened to their conversation from the bushes in the park. Ta-san loved playing catch. My little sister, even though she couldn't play, always came with us until Ka-san came to pick us up. I thought their behavior was suspicious, so I secretly followed them and found them talking in the park. Hearing Meguru's sad confession, I was stunned. I had no understanding of Meguru's sadness at all. I keenly felt my own powerlessness and foolishness. And more than anything, Shirayuki, thank you for being there for me. When you say something like that directly, it makes me kind of embarrassed. Ah, no. I was just thinking how charming Shirayuki's smile is. Meguru-kun is way more charming than me. I'm smaller in various ways compared to Marco-chan, and I'm not as beautiful as Marco-chan either. No, someone like me. It's not someone like me. I mean, you're cool, smart, athletic, and more than anything. Even though you've been through so much pain, you face forward and can be grateful to so many people. You're kind. Unlike me, some like me. I'll say the same thing to you. Shirayuki is not someone like me. Ahaha, we're being kind of silly, aren't we? Yeah, I watched the two of them falling in love. Until then, I had obtained everything I wanted. I was the best at studying and sports. I was always called the cutest in class. I had a respectable father and a beautiful mother. I lived in a wealthy household without inconvenience, and even had a kind best friend. But, at that moment, I found something I desperately wanted, but might not be able to obtain for the first time. Kozai Meguru. My first love. He was the only one. The only boy who didn't flatter me. He was the only one. The only one who was sarcastic to me. He was the only one. The only one who looked straight at me, ignoring my looks and abilities. He was the only one who had no ulterior motives towards me at all. He wasn't a mass of pure intentions like Shirayuki, but he stood in the same position as a person and talked to me as an equal. What's wrong with falling in love with such a unique guy? But the funny thing is, It's precisely because it's Megaru, who is equal and has no ulterior motives, that there's a high possibility my love won't be fulfilled. I thought about it many times. If I don't like the possibility of not ending up together, I should just pick from the boys nearby, since there are no boys other than Megaru who make an unpleasant face when I approach them. I can easily obtain praise, kindness, luxury, and the looks I prefer. But I didn't want anyone but him. I was anxious, scared, and lashed out. I didn't want Megaru to find out about my feelings, so I started being even harsher with him. Amidst that, an incident occurred that pushed me to the brink of despair. What I call the elopement incident. On the day of our elementary school graduation ceremony, I heard shocking words from Shirayuki. "Mako-chan, Megaru-kun, thank you for always being my friends. I'll keep in touch even after I move, so I'd be happy if we could hang out again." I respected Shirayuki so much so that I thought it was natural for her to capture Megaru's heart. So even though I was jealous, I wanted her by my side more than anything. It's the same with Megaru. I don't say it out loud at all, but even after going through such misfortune, the fact that he still managed to recover and move forward made me feel a sense of respect deep down. I'm a contrary person, so I unintentionally say sarcastic things, but in reality I respect and like him, so I wanted him by my side. However, the two of them eloped without a word to me. Even though I call it eloped, they were only 6th graders. They just went as far as they could by train. That's how cute it was. Moreover, they realized their limits before our parents made a fuss and came back on their own. You could even call this just a small graduation trip for the two of them. But I alone knew, for the two of them, that it was an elopement. When I called Shirayuki on the day she moved, far from being down, she seemed somehow elated. So I interrogated her and found out it was an elopement. Upon hearing that, I felt a jealousy that burned my heart. I had never felt so envious of Shirayuki before. The events Shirayuki described were so romantic, beautiful, and radiated a brilliance that surpassed a fairy tale. In fact, Megaru changed after the elopement. He started saying he wanted to become respectable. He began to vigorously engage in activities like studying and sports, as if it were a lie that he had been like a dead person about 2 years prior. I felt that through this elopement, the bond between the two of them had become eternal, something that couldn't be torn apart by distance or time. Megaru and Shirayuki. I respect both of them and long for them from the bottom of my heart, yet they are trying to walk into the future with just the two of them. That alone, I can't forgive. I wanted to become lovers with Megaru and remain best friends with Shirayuki. I wanted to achieve both, not just one or the other. But if Megaru and Shirayuki became lovers, I wouldn't be able to have Megaru, and not wanting to see such a Megaru, I wouldn't be able to stay by Shirayuki's side either. Looking at the situation, the possibility of Shirayuki and Megaru getting together was incomparably higher than me and Megaru getting together. Because of that, I was unable to maintain the balance of my emotions. I was scared, anxious originally. While Shirayuki was gone, I should have tried to flirt with Megaru to gain his favor, but my pride got in the way. There was also the circumstance that my parents' discord was disturbing my emotions. It's not Megaru's fault, but it's not like Megaru is unrelated either. My parents' discord was too painful, and I ended up lashing out hysterically at every turn. Each time, I felt self-loathing. How many times did I think, if only Shirayuki were by my side? Of course, if I called her, Shirayuki would encourage me and give me advice. Even so, when push came to shove, Shirayuki wasn't next to me. That was very painful for me, who is weak at heart. The fact that Megaru and Shirayuki seemed to be getting together also accelerated the difficulty of consulting with her. My feelings towards Shirayuki are complicated. I feel lonely and lose confidence when she's not around, but at the same time, I hated, envied, and respected her more than anyone. Everything was entangled, and I couldn't control my own heart. Even though I was popular, I was actually just a kid of that caliber. Amidst that, in the summer of my 3rd year of middle school, Ko's Tatsuku suddenly appeared. "Your father." Prefectural assemblements say Aikawa Tatsuru is engaging in corruption. Megaru seemed to be in shock, but I thought it was quite possible. Of course, I immediately denied it and calmed Meguru down, but I had something in mind. Mama had an astonishing number of expensive jewels. Meguru didn't seem to know about it, but I knew because Mama had bragged to me. I knew from hearing the prices that Papa's income couldn't possibly buy them. But I didn't want to put Mama in a bad mood, so I turned a blind eye. Meguru and Shirayuki sometimes say I have a sense of justice, but my sense of justice is a bit different from theirs. My sense of justice is ultimately only at the level of family. If my family gets hurt, I get angry and put my body on the line. That's the extent of it. Meguru and Shirayuki's sense of justice should be called fair and above board. It's a greater sense of justice towards society and as human beings. That's why I pretended not to see Papa's corruption and Mama's splurging. I didn't have the mental capacity to accept it. In the end, Meguru went to Ko's alone and dug into this matter. I got furious and blamed Meguru for what he found out, but at the same time, I accepted it. I pretended not to see it and tried to gloss it over if possible, but in the corner of my mind, I also thought it couldn't be kept hidden. However, it's not like I wasn't sad. It was an indescribable shock when Papa was arrested, and I was stunned when Mama disappeared. I was weak. I can't do things like getting up even when my family is unfortunate and facing hardships on my own like Meguru. That's right. I can't do it alone. Kiss me behind that girl's back. I'm a coward. I took advantage of Meguru's weakness and forcibly made him mine. Taking advantage of the fact that Meguru feels guilty towards me, I made demands that he absolutely can't refuse. Certainly, objectively speaking, I became unhappy after Meguru came. Papa, Mama, Shirayuki, I lost the people close to me, but wherein that was Meguru at fault. Meguru was just living with utmost effort while I was resting on my laurels in a blessed environment. He was fighting fate and struggling with all his might. That's what I was drawn to. The fact that I became unhappy after Meguru came is simply a coincidence. No, it was my lack of strength that caused my unhappiness. It seems like the cause and effect is related to Meguru, but if I had the capacity to welcome Meguru from the beginning, get along with him, take care of Mama's heart, and have the leeway to sympathize with Dapper, at least my parents' breakdown wouldn't have happened. Meguru, who lost his family in an accident and feels indebted for being taken in, is different from me. In the first place, there's a big difference in our positions. I'm a wicked woman who took advantage of Meguru's guilt. Even so, that's how much I wanted Meguru by my side. Even if it was due to my own lack of strength, Meguru was the only one I had left. I'll give the surface to that girl, but I'll take the hidden side. I still like Shirayuki, respect her, and think I can't beat her. That's why cowardly and weak me can't clash with her head on. I fall into self-loathing, thinking how foolish I am. But I remain unable to move. I'll never forgive you. So fall into hell with me. Please. Hey, Meguru. When I heard you lost your memories, I was shocked because you had forgotten the day we became accomplices, and the stormy night we embraced each other as if licking each other's wounds. But partway through, I realized one thing. Currently, I'm two-timing, aren't I? It's only natural that you'd be the one who disagrees the most with this, right? Well yeah, I thought so, but somehow I started to feel like it wasn't that bad. With you losing your memories, Shirayuki and I became equals. In exchange for losing the bond of being accomplices between us, your and Shirayuki's shining catch ball incident and elopement incident also disappeared. When I thought we might be able to start over from scratch, I thought maybe this is fine as it is. I felt happy thinking I might be able to steal you away from Shirayuki without any ties of obligation. But that's over now. Now that you've remembered this much, the blissful time of ignorance has come to an end. Hey, Meguru. Actually, I've never said it, but there are words I've always wanted to say to you. Meguru, I love you, more than anyone in this world. I don't want to hand you over even to Shirayuki. If I have you, I don't mind falling into hell. So please, Meguru. Once again, kiss me behind that girl's back. To be continued in Volume 2. End of Volume 1.